All right, welcome to day two of the Lagos Money Week. Agents of Global Transformation. Do I have agents in the building? I trust that you can hear me now. Please confirm that you can hear me. Please confirm that you can hear me just in the chat box. Can someone confirm that you can hear me now, please? Okay, I'm going to take that. Please, can someone confirm that you can hear me? Oh, amazing, amazing. Thank you. Welcome again to day two of the Lagos Money Week. It's a pleasure to have you here, agents of global transformation. If there are agents in the house, if there are agents here, all over the world, wherever you are, can I see you drop some fire emojis in the chat section? Agents of global transformation, just drop some fire emojis so that I can know that you're with me. Agents of global transformation, please kindly drop some fire emojis so that I can know that you're with me. Where are my agents now? Come on, agents in the house. Yes, Ayo's journey to wealth. Yes, your journey to wealth. You're in the right place. If you're journeying to wealth, you're in the right place. You're in the right place. Thank you, Ayo. More agents. Come on, agents, assemble. Agents, assemble. Where are my agents now? Oh, it looks like Ayo is the only agent that is ready for global transformation. Anyways, welcome again to day two of the Lagos Money Week, wherever you're watching from, all over the world, all over Nigeria. Good afternoon, good morning, good evening, depending on the time that you're tuning in from. Welcome again to the day two of the Lagos Money Week, Agents of Global Transformation. Yesterday was amazing. We had such a wonderful time, such a wonderful, wonderful time. And today is not going to fall short of such amazing outlook, of such, amazing. Oh, agents are ready. Thank you, Derry Marshall. Agents are ready. I know I would love to see more energy from the ready agents because global transformation is here and it's just left for you as agents to find your place, to find knowledge, and to find right people. And that's one of the things that Lagos Money Week presents you with. All right. Finding the right persons, finding the right people, and also finding yourself because many a times we find out that agents that don't know themselves might never know what they're meant to be. And that's one of the things that you will find um, expression or you will find knowledge and you will find forward moving in Lagos Money Week 2023. Yes, like I said, yesterday was an amazing time. Yesterday was an amazing time. We had our speakers. So we're just going to do something quickly. Let's just use the chat box in the next 5 minutes and just tell us what things that you learned from yesterday. Anybody, you don't know, there might be gifts for you if you respond appropriately. But yes, anything that you learned from yesterday. So let's just have it. Let's just have it. Anything that you learned from yesterday. Anything that you learned from yesterday. Come on, guys. You can use the chat box and just let us know anything that you learned from yesterday. Yesterday was day one, and I'm sure that we learned a lot. I'm sure that we learned a lot. So, the next 5 minutes, consistency is key. Ayo's journey to wealth. It looks like Ayo is really serious about this journey to wealth. So, consistency is key. Yes, consistency is key. Any other person? Any other person? Yeah, yesterday was really power packed. Yesterday was really power packed. So, consistency is key. That's amazing, Ayo. Any other person, something that you learned from yesterday, just let us know. Let us know. Self-preservation, yeah, self-preservation. Dari Marshall. Friday in Semeke says money isn't cash, money is government stamp. That sounds very deep. Money isn't cash, money is government stamp. And you come on, guys, let's keep it coming, agents. Let's keep it coming, agents. Let's keep it coming, agents. We're waiting for you. We're waiting for you. We're waiting for you. Let's keep it coming. You know that yesterday was amazing. Our speakers were they were it, as it were. You know, we had Captain TK, we had Lawrence Wanchoko, we had Samson Obole, and they took us on a journey. It was really a journey yesterday. And while we keep our comments coming, today isn't going to fall short of yesterday. Instead, we're advancing. You know, one of the things that is very noticeable about transformation is advancement. So even today, we are going to be advancing. We're going to be advancing. Today, we have three big speakers lined up for you today. We have the likes of John Igbinosa, we have E-Former Colo, we have Lanre, Oyegbola. These guys are top guys in the respective fields. And I promise you that being a part of this journey is something that you'll be grateful for. You'll be grateful for, all right? That you have made yourself available up to this very moment is commendable, all right? You deserve to be celebrated because you are stepping up to rising up to the occasion of being an agent that will bring about global transformation, all right? If we're having John Igbinosa will be talking about the untold secrets to real estate investment. So if you're looking to break into real estate, you know, John Igbinosa is one of the top guys in the field that we have, you know, globally. So we're having John Igbinosa talk about, you know, untold secrets of real estate investment. And John Igbinosa is also the co-founder of Escort Realty. And then we also have Ifeoma Okolo. She is a childcare professional, and she'll be talking about reading starts at age 3. Reading starts at age 3. Oh yes, so Judah Ayaba is talking about time test every structure. Yes, that's one of the things that we learned yesterday. Time is a tester and we test every structure. Mr. Sampson yesterday also talked about living according to your means. Yes, that's right, Dari Marshall. I say that we have serious agents. We have Spade Mary. Process is key. Don't skip process. They are very important as well. Don't skip process. Enjoy the process. You know, attend seminars, go to places that you will learn. And that's one of the reasons why Lagos Money Week was put together as well. Cash was created for banks to meet their obligations to the poor. If you're pursuing cash, you're already making yourself poor. Word. Thank you, Friday in Semeke, for that, for refreshing us on what was learned yesterday. So speaking of today, as I was saying, we have John Igbinosa, Ifeoma Colo, and yes, the amazing Lanre Oyegbola. Lanre Oyegbola was talking about from ideation to commercialization, bridging the gap. I think that's one session that nobody here would want to miss. So if you see that if you know somebody that you expect to be here, or you know somebody that you think should be here, please and please reach out to them, send them that link, go there, click share it to them, let them be here now, they have to be here, you cannot afford to, it's a week program, Lagos Money Week, as the name implies. You cannot afford to miss any session. You cannot afford to miss any session. Lanre Oyegbola is the managing director of Avis Africa. All right, so we'll be having our speakers shortly. Um, just give me a minute. All right, so I think right, guys, we'll be starting off with our first speaker of the day. And agents, if you're here with me, can I see some fire emojis in the chat section? Can I see some fire emojis in the chat section? Can I see some fire emojis? Come on, agents of global transformation, assemble, agents assemble, agents assemble. Can I see some fire emojis in the chat section? Still expecting our fire emojis. Yes, highest journey to the world. Yes. This guy, you're very serious about this journey. Don't worry, we'll be here together to experience the wealth. So today we'll be kicking off with John Igbinosa. John Igbinosa is a successful entrepreneur, is a philanthropist, a real estate mogul, a master business strategist, and an established businessman. He's a graduate of the prestigious National Training Academy, Cairo, that's in Egypt, where he studied business development and growth, University of Ilorin, where he studied history and diplomatic studies. Is currently the co-founder of Escort Realty, the co-founder of Codal Realty, the co-founder of FortePay, the co-founder of EduVolve, and keynote personality across multiple firms. My God, you see that this is value. This is a man of value, a man that understands the power of creating value. And he will be speaking on untold secrets to real estate investment. So, ladies and gentlemen, agents of global transformation, if you're here with me, kindly with a virtual clap, let's make welcome John Igbinosa. Welcome, Mr. John Igbinosa.
Hi, good afternoon. I don't know if you can hear me.
Yes, we can. We can.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is John, and such a privilege to be here this afternoon. I want to thank the organizers of the Lagos Money Week for this massive opportunity to, help people understand how the real estate space works and how that they can all profit from the real estate game. Okay, so I would just like to say a few things about my background. I actually currently co-found just um, co-found just Codal and Escort Realty, and those are primarily real estate companies. And by virtue of privilege, I've been able to do quite a lot of things. So I'm going to be talking about real estate this afternoon. However, I would like to know where people are texting in from. Um, so I'd like to see location, name and location where you're texting in from. So can we do that like pretty quickly? Your name and location where you're texting in from, so that I want to also get a better reception. So just give me a minute to put myself in a better reception, please. Just a minute.
All right. So please let's have our name and our location where you're from. So Friday in Semeke, let's know where you're from. Moses Oladipupo, let's know where you're from. So is joining all the way from Ogun State. Guys, agent. So we have Judah Arabia from all the way from Jos. All right. Lagos Money Week is not restricted to Lagos. So yes, Emmanuel representing Lagos, the city of excellence. Can we have more people? Please rep your name and where you're joining us from. Rep your name and where you're joining us from. Agents, come on, agents, we can have more of those. Let's have your name and where you're joining us from as we await Mr. John. Agents of global transformation. Don't sleep on this. You don't know, it might just be blessed. All right, we have Gen Z J from Lagos, Nigeria. Gen Z repping Lagos State. We have Moses Ayobami, Oladipupo from Lagos State as well. Yeah, Nsemeke Friday from
Okay.
Lagos. Welcome back, Mr. John.
Okay, so thank you so much, everyone. So very quickly, I want to talk about something pretty important this afternoon, which is I've been given the topic, the untold secret of real estate investment, the untold secret of real estate investment. And before I get started, I want to thank the organizers of this event, in person of Mr. David Achom and his team. Um, I had to go on a very compulsory vacation, sometimes last 2 weeks, so I was literally, off the grid. I just took myself off like literally everything about work, so that I could rest and refuel myself for like the next game. And then I forgot, can you hear me? Okay, so and then I totally forgot that I was supposed to be here this afternoon. Um but amazingly, like I'm very excited that the team was able to, get me in to the conversation today. So I'm going to be talking about a very important topic that I think affects everyone, which is investing in real estate. I mean, for those who earn in naira, for example, this has been a very tough time for a lot of us, because at the end of the day, we have seen how that the dollar to naira imbalance has happened on different levels and has basically affected, a whole lot of things, to how the economic of skills work, to cost of living, cost of accommodation, and all of the likes. But I want to be sure if I can be heard before I continue what I have to share. So I don't know if the host is still on the call. Okay, perfect. So I can see some messages. Okay, I'm not alone. Okay, that's fine. Okay, so in 2022 alone, I was able to manage over $3 million in assets under management. And yes, I mean, you can check the numbers. That is very correct. I have verifiable proof. I have like a host of real estate projects I've been doing. And currently, as I speak to you right now, I am currently handling some construction valued at over 8 billion. So I can tell you for sure that what I'm going to speak to you today about investing in real estate is not from the place of, of motivation alone, or the place of maybe an information I read on the internet. I'm going to talk to you basically about the analytics that I personally use myself, right, to run the scale of growth, right? Um, just sometimes yesterday I was having a chat with some of my clients, and we're trying to review the current situation with the whole inflation and how that this is going to affect the cost of doing business in Nigeria. um, and then I had to tell myself, I texted my partner early this morning, Fabian George, and I told him how that, the way it is going, there's a level of creative intelligence that you will need to sky, to help yourself from this current economical mess that is currently happening globally. So I tell you for sure that what I'm going to be speaking to you about today, and why I'm taking my time to do this, is because when it comes to the conversation of wealth building or investment, I tell people that never listen to a general that has never gone to war. You see, regardless of how simple conversations are, regardless of how interesting conversations are, if people that are speaking do not have verifiable proofs to show you exactly how to start and scale in that particular industry, then it's no different from motivation. I'm not here to motivate you. I'm here to teach you how to make money, right? And so that is the reason why I had to make my portfolio very clear, so that you understand that the approach I'm coming in from is not just from the place of a motivational thought or whatever the case might be. It is because I have used the real estate market, I have tried the real estate market, and I have seen that it works. Now, untold secret about real estate investment. Let's get started, right? So I was talking to my team sometimes ago, and I told them something. I said, you see, when I started my journey, right, in the real estate industry, you see, when the host was reading my profile, he talked about Fort Pay, right? Fort Pay wasn't it's not something I'm doing currently. I was doing Fort Pay in 2015. And then when I was doing Fort Pay, right, it started from Fort Quest. That's what I wanted to do initially. Was Fort Quest initially, and Fort Quest was supposed to be a hiring platform, right? Fort Quest was supposed to be a hiring platform for people, African talents, to take them globally and all of those stuff. And then I cooked what you know today as OP, right? I started what you see today as OP. I started what you see today as Money Point. So I myself large level of unbanking in the Nigerian system. Create a way where with your phone number you automatically have an account, because as at those time it was difficult. I remember then I opened the GT account because I had to do some things in school, and I discovered that it was difficult for us to navigate the process of banking. You go to the bank with your own money, and then it is difficult for you to actually access, your money, access capital, access loans, and all of those likes. And I'm like, okay, why not we create a system where people's mobile phone number can actually be their bank account, and with their mobile phone number, anywhere they go, they can actually do global business, right? And long story short, I got an investor, a South African investor, supposed to give me $150,000 then, but I kicked on the whole idea for a story that I don't want to, spend so much time to talk about right now. Now, today, as you can see, right, OP is already there. You have money points there. These were ideas I cooked in 2015, but you see, nobody cares. Nobody exactly wants to know that you cooked those ideas. Nobody wants to see that, oh, you had those thoughts in your head. How many people are you going to explain to? Like you had the word says, you say you go explain, tired. There's no evidence. So if I come out right now and I tell people today that I have crafted the idea of this, like 5, 6 years ago, right, before what's the name, before this whole OP thing came up and all of those things, who is going to believe that I said that, right? But right now, that business is a multi-billion dollar business, even in Nigeria, right? And this brings me to the context of talking about real estate, to tell you that, see, real estate is not hype. It is not just a hype. You see, when I started my journey, right, and I wanted to start doing business, right, I began to ask myself, what are the ways I can easily do business in such a way that I can make good money for myself? I picked the top level businesses that I know that could make a lot of money, and one of them is real estate. The same way that Aliko Dangote will never go broke because people will always eat, is the same way I cannot go broke because people will always need what? They will always need a place to stay. I am having a chat with you in real estate. I'm talking to you from real estate. The host is talking to you from real estate. Right? People are talking to you from real estate. Many of you are listening to me from real estate. Real estate is your house. Real estate is your church. Real estate is your mosque. Real estate is your business centers. Real estate is the trading war. Even the places where people go to fight war is real estate. The Israel war that is currently ongoing is a real estate war. So the real estate market can never go into extinction. And that is the reason why you see, whenever you want to put your money into something, you must ask yourself, right, that I must put my money in a place that people will never stop being in need of. Right. So you must always ask yourself, oh, consistently, what can I do basically that people will always need? What can I get myself involved in? Right. So people will always need real estate. It's just the same way somebody can come to tell you that being in a coffin business is very profitable. Why? Because people will always die. People always need to be buried. And that is the same way that people always need real estate. As a matter of fact, right, even to bury the dead, you have to pay for the space. And that is real estate.
So real estate is not a fugazi. Real estate is not a hype. Real estate has existed from time immemorial. Real estate has been literally what a whole lot of people have been trading with, have been doing business with right from time. So real estate will not begin to become a problem overnight. Why? Because people will consistently need real estate to always do the global business. And that's how it works. So the first thing that you need to understand is that real estate will never go into extinction. So if you're not investing in real estate right now, there's only two questions I can ask. It is either there is something wrong with the real estate in that territory, or there is something wrong with the information you have about real estate. So the untold secret number one that people need to understand, right, is that real estate is not a need, a want, but a need. Real estate is not a want, but a need. And in the Maslow's theory of need, there are so many things that can never go into extinction. Number one, housing, food. People want a place to live, a place to eat. People want food to eat. So at the end of the day, right, people will always want real estate. So if you are the person at the center of how real estate operates, you would always be profitable in the real estate market. Now, I'm talking to a lot of people that I know that possibly may not be, may not be, how do I use the word, may not be investors in real estate yet. And I'm going to show you, I'm going to show you some of the ways you can understand how to do real estate. Because you see, many times people just come to the public and make you feel like, oh, this real estate of a thing. Everybody's just talking, talking, talking. I bought a property, and then this property, I bought a property there, and then it's just been there. Nobody's interested in buying it. Nobody wants to do business with it. Nobody wants to do any whatever with it. Right? Real estate will never run out of need. Number two is that among the big threes, real estate is one global business. Go and check it. After the foreign exchange market, real estate is the number two biggest business in the world. After the foreign exchange market. So after you trade forex and all of those things, real estate is the next, because everything lives and thrives on real estate. Everything. Do you even know the funny thing? Do you know the funny thing? Food needs land, but land does not need food. Why? Because land will keep on existing. It is on land that even food dwells on. So the number two thing you need to understand is that real estate is a global business, and it has been known to be a successful edger of inflation. What do I mean by that? What do I mean by that? Now, what I mean by that is very simple. You see, if I bought this cap, I guess what I'm trying to say. Let's imagine that. Okay, or let me use this piece of property, right? Or this cap. Let me use this cap, right? If I bought this cap, right, at let's say 20,000 naira for this particular cap. Are you guess what I'm trying to say? And then I bought this cap 20,000 naira when dollar was still maybe 500. I bought it 20,000 naira when dollar was still 500. Now, when I want to sell that cap, if I decide to sell that cap, right, when dollar, or let's say I want to sell the cap, right, there's a very high possibility that, okay, by the time I sell that cap, I may not sell it for more than maybe 15K or 12,000 or 10,000. Now, let's imagine that I sell the cap when I'm selling it off for 10K. By the time I'm selling the cap for 10,000, one question you need to ask again is that by that time, what is the equivalent of dollar to naira? So which means that the moment dollar has turned, let's say maybe 700 to $1, that means I'm not actually selling for 10,000 naira. I'm selling it for how much? I'm selling it for around 7,000. But you see, real estate will remain and the value will keep growing. What do I mean? If tomorrow dollar comes down to 300, right, your real estate will catch up with that current level at the pace that it is. And that is the reason why, if you check a lot of wealthy people, even people that trade forex, they hide their money in real estate. Because you see, many of these things are going to go down. Many you buy cars, many of these what's the name? You buy clothes, right? Many of these things are definitely going to go down. But you see, real estate will keep on remaining from generations to generations. Particularly if you are invested in a rental property, the value will keep remaining and the value will keep growing. Now, I want to tell you a very quick story. So last year, I think is it last year or last 2 years now, Davido bought a land in Banana Island. I think he bought that land for about 2.4, 2.6 billion. And then somebody could be asking us that, why is Davido buying a land at that current stage? He already has a house. Why is he keeping money into a land? What's the reason? It's very simple. Real estate is a great way of sustaining your wealth. Real estate is a great way of sustaining your wealth. See, you can get into problem tomorrow, and then you might not be able to touch your stocks investment. You can't go to the bank and tell the bank that, oh, I have stock investment, or I have forex investment of XYZ. But you see, a bank will never give you a loan with a stock note, right? A bank would rather give you a note with a document of a property, because real estate is real. You can see it, you can touch it, you can feel it. So why should you do real estate? It's very simple. Real estate is a great source of multiplying your wealth. Real estate is a great wealth multiplier. Why? Because people will need it. And to be honest, I am not going to compare real estate with the forex market, because you see, I have a lot of forex traders, right, as my clients, and I tell them a lot of times that every of these investment games have their own technicalities, right? The forex market can give you very massive return and can turn you to a broke person in the next second. But you see, real estate, it can never, as long as you do real estate well. As long as you do real estate well. So, what am I trying to say in essence? I'm saying that at this level, we must understand how to diversify our wealth into the real estate market. We must understand how to play the real estate game on the global scale. We must understand how to get involved in the real estate market. Because you see, the real estate market is not going to go out of extinction, right? People will always need real estate. People will always need to do business in real estate. People will always need to engage real estate. For what real estate is, people will always need to engage real estate. Because why? Because real estate can show up in the day of trouble. And then there are different ways where you can make your money in the real estate market. You can make it from maybe flipping an asset. What does that mean? Flipping an asset, it literally means that it literally means you buy a distressed property, and then the next minute you flip it maybe 25% or 30% higher, right? Or you can invest in rental properties where you actually you enjoy rent, right? People pay you rent maybe every month, right? Or every year, right? You can also engage in land banking, right? I'll give you a very quick example. So last year, I signed a transaction for a client. Last year, he wanted to build 12 units of 2-bedroom apartment, right? Somewhere in Lekki. And then the owner of this land, right, was my client. So I sat the man down, and then I needed his document. I wanted to look at the documents that he used to purchase the land and all of those things. So when I reached out to him, and then I checked the documents, right, I discovered that this guy bought that land in 2000 and what's the name? In 2012, right? In 2012. So in 2012, that man bought that land. How much did he buy the land? That man bought the land for 3 million. 2 plots of land, 3 million in 2012. Which means that one plot of land is about 1.5 million. Now in 2022, we were valuing that land for 180 million. for 180 million. So what happened? It's very simple. What happened? So it grew from 1.5 million to 180 million without lifting a pin on it. So without picking a pin from that property sat down there and it was cash flowing. And you know the funny thing? The funny thing is that the man already built his own house on that place and he's been living there. He built about, I think, 4 or 5 other houses and he was collecting rent, but the land was also growing in value. So the capital was still increasing in value. So at the end of the day, what happened? Right now, the man has enjoyed rent for about maybe 10, 15 years. And now it's time to do another building. What happens to it? He still has an equity in that building. So if you do real estate well, I can tell you for sure that you will never, ever think of a day of lack. As long as the real estate game is done well. And what do I do? Whenever I sit with a client to discuss with a client, right? I ask them, number one, what's your real estate goal? Because you see, the problem with a lot of people is that I understand that you have been involved in different conversations where maybe somebody has come to you and has sold to you maybe a piece of property, and maybe the person didn't even understand your vision or your financial target. And then you come back and then you're saying, that real estate where I buy, just be like, say, I waste money. I just want to. No. The problem is that, right? The problem is that the person who sold to you did not understand where you are and where you were headed. Right? If you understand that, the first thing I do when I speak to clients is that I ask them, what is your real estate goal? Are you looking at just coming in for a short time, come in, milk the market, exit the market? See, real estate is almost like Forex because there's something called the power of leverage. I can go and buy a building of $40 million and then I put down 20% deposit. You can't do that anywhere else. But real estate will give you that. I'm about to buy a property in the heart of UK for my technology company called Realty, right? And then the building we're about to buy is about £365,000. And all I need to put down for that down payment is just around 50 something thousand, if it's just 6 something thousand. All I needed to put down is about 20%. And then with 20%, I play the law of leverage and I can buy a building valued at 365 million. $365,000, £1,000. So real estate will give you a leverage that no business can give you. So I asked my client, I said, okay, do you want to do real estate for a short time or you want to do real estate for a long time? I said, okay, I want to do real estate for a long time. Okay, how much is your budget? Oh, I have maybe $5,000 to spare for a start. Let me see how it goes. Or I have $10,000 to spare. The thing is that many people think that real estate is not profitable, but they don't understand that the challenge is that they are not engaging in the right kind of information. The information they have about real estate is very saggy. And that's the reason why people think that real estate is not profitable. You see, particularly in Lagos, right? I tell a lot of people many times that, see, I have weighed both market. Lagos real estate market, United Kingdom or United States market. I can tell you for sure, if you are targeting to do short-term real estate, there is no country in the world that can give you the profitability that Nigeria will give you. There is no country in the world that can give you the level of profitability that Nigeria will give you. If you are playing a short-term game. If you are playing the long-term game in terms of maybe rental income, oh yes, we can talk about doing business in the US, in the UK. I have clients that give me hundreds of thousands of dollars to go buy them properties and manage it for them. But if you're looking at the short-term goal, and that's the reason why I said it when I started, that never listen to a general that has never gone to battle. Because the problem that people have about real estate is that they do not understand that the real estate market is profitable to the level of information that you have about it. So I'm going to end on this note very quickly. I'm going to end on this note. Real estate would always make you money. Always. As long as you understand how to play the game and how to run the race. You need to, number one, have a clear direction. Where are you headed to? What is your long-term goal? Guys, let me tell you the honest truth. There's nothing new about real estate. Nothing. Real estate is one of the oldest business, and the mechanics have not changed. Am I coming to come and tell you, to have something or you need to sleep? No, you already know that. What I'm here to show you is how to make money from real estate. You already know that. Now, to tell you how powerful real estate is, every time God rounded off a conversation and wanted to establish covenants in the Old Testament, he did that with a property. God ended covenant, or God binded covenant by saying, I will give you the lands I've promised your fathers. So that's an indication to tell you that real estate is spiritual if you can play the game well. You see, I tell people I use the word real estate like dust. How? God showed me clearly. God called Abraham outside, and then he told him, into the, if you can count the sky, that's how it's going to be. And then God gave me the word real estate like dust. Go and check your scriptures. Abraham, Isaac, go and check all of them. At the end of the day, God covenants there. God binds his covenant with giving you a land as a proof. He sets up altars on real estate. So you also must understand that as a believer, right, your mechanism for dominance must have a real estate plan by the side. Hello, sir. Hello, ma. I understand that you want to have all the kind of cars. I understand that you want to have all the kind of jewelry. But you must set up a plan for real estate if the game of dominance is interesting to you. Why? Because you see, regardless of how the building burns down, how your car can experience burn, how your Richard Mille and all of those things can burn down, right? Your land is going to sit down there. It's going to be there watching you. And you know the funny thing? Your land is renewable. You can use the land to do a factory and then pull it down and do a shopping mall and then pull it down and do a house and then pull it down and do a joint venture. So real estate is profitable based on the information that you have about it. Just like Lai Wasabi said, he said info, laugh info, which means that if you have the right kind of information, then your flight in real estate is never going to be a negotiation. So what is the very quick thing as I round up? Number one, real estate is a need, not a want, right? Real estate is a need, not a want. Number two, right? People will always do everything in real estate. Everything in real estate. Number three is that sorry, I had a glitch on my network, right? Number three is that real estate is profitable to the information that you have about it. Real estate is profitable, right, based on the information that you have about it. It is profitable based on the information that you have about it. Number four, real estate profitability is hinged on your goal. Short term, long term. Short term, long term. Right? So so as a real estate person or as a financial person, you have the funds right now. You want to invest in real estate. The first question I'm going to ask you is, what is your goal? How much do you have, and what are you looking at making from that market? Guys, real estate can never do you wrong. And I'm going to end with one last bonus. Before buying real estate, you must ask yourself some questions. Number one, is the government interested in that location? Let me tell you, regardless of how funny, how messy some of us might tag the government has a powerful hold on the profitability state in the territory. Number two, businesses moving to that direction. So before you invest in a property, whether it's rental property, whether it is short let, whether it is land, what kinds of businesses have the potential to move into the location where you want to buy a property. Because you see, let me tell you something. Government and business will bring to the increased demand of job. The increased demand of job, we need people. When people want job, they want housing. And at the end of the day, right, real estate will be purchased. So, I mean, if you're on this call and you're looking at, get yourself engaged in investing in real estate, we can have a chat. You can send me an email at john@codorealty.com, john@codorealty.com. And I mean, I do real estate 100%. I don't do real estate and another business. I don't do real estate and sell underwears. I don't do real estate and trade forex. I'm a real estate guy 100%, right? So, which means that your capital and funds are safe with us. We can have a chat, around that to see how we can get your real estate game started. I don't know if there are any questions to quickly answer before we call it a close for today. Thank you so much, guys. And I would like to take your questions right now. Okay, please, you can drop in your questions. I think they asked us to drop the questions in on the chat. Okay. What ways can a newbie get started in real estate? Well, first of all, the newbie. Yes, you can. Is the newbie coming into real estate as an investor or coming to real estate as a salesperson, right? So, if you want to come into real estate and sell real estate, I can teach you how to do that. I can teach you how to make millions by selling real estate. I have made millions in this market. I mean, there's a deal I'm trying to consummate right now. I think my commission from that transaction is about 17.36 million from that deal. So if you know how to do real estate the right way, I can assure you, you can never go one day broke in the real estate market, right? That is real estate as a salesperson or as a realty or whatever it is, right? But real estate in terms of investment, right? You can come in at different levels, right? So sometimes I usually like to say, if you have small chunks of investment, we have a platform, codorealty.com, www.codorealty.com. We take investment of different sizes there, from your $5,000 to your $20,000, even to your 20,000 naira. Yes, like even 20,000 naira. But at the end of the day, if you're looking at making investments in real estate, we can have a chat about my email will be there. I think my email is already in the chat session, john@codorealty.com. If you write me an email, I'll respond immediately. We can schedule a call and I can see how to get you started on your real estate journey. Yes, you can follow me on Twitter at John WDI. At John WDI. John WDI. How much initially does someone need to get into the real estate? Honestly speaking, um, whatever amount you have can get you started. I mean, on our platform at Cordy Realty, we have broken the jinx and we have made it easier for you to get into real estate from as low as 20,000 naira. With 20,000 naira, you can start your well building journey on real estate. Now, the goal is the point is this, right? I have investors who do bulk funds with me, right? I have investors who gives me hundreds of millions of naira to do business, right? And I also have investors who come and give me tens of millions, of naira to do business. And I have people who come and say, all I have is my 20,000 naira or my 10,000 naira or my. So why we built cordorealty.com is that we built Cordo Realty to accommodate every level of investment, right? We understand that people want to get started. And you see, investment is not a destination, it's a journey. It's a journey. So the goal is to get started, but don't stay there. That's the goal. Get started, but don't stay there. Are down. It is capital intensive. What are the lowest entry opportunities? Like I said, I have a platform, www.cordorealty.com. You can check out cordorealty.com. We have made the process very easy, right, for people to step into the game from as low as 20,000. You can get into real estate and get the journey started. When we're designing Cordo, what we told ourselves is that we already have escort realty. With escorts, I do business in heavy chunks, right? I mean, right now, like I said, my constructions I'm doing, is a combined of over in liquid cash, liquid that I need to execute that project. I need a liquid of close to 2 billion in liquid. Total valuation of that project is over 10 billion in actual numbers. And listen, guys, these are verifiable pros on how this whole thing works, right? But we now told ourselves that there are people who want to get into real estate, but they don't have all the money, they don't have all the capital to do that. How can we create the opportunity and break the jinx for them? And that's why we created www.codorealty.com, www.codorealty.com, so that you can check out codorealty.com and see how to get your real estate journey started. 10 billion naira, please. 10 billion naira. Well, getting to $10 billion, it's a journey, right? It's a journey. 10 billion naira, 10 billion naira right now, total project valuation. And yes, we're going to make the investors literally almost about 70 to 80%, if not more, of their money. We don't like to overpromise, but trust me, when I hear people talk a lot about they want to jackpot from Nigeria, I laugh, because I think that it's not a problem. I mean, everybody has their own goals and visions, right? I travel out to go and rest. I travel out for business opportunities. So I think it's just basically understanding what works for you, right? The real estate market in Nigeria, it is very unregulated and untapped. I've enjoyed that market. I've made a lot of money from this market, and I'm not going to get tired of it, right? Nigeria is still very young and emerging, so the opportunities are still very massive for people to get in. So www.codorealty.com, and then you can get your journey started. I don't know if there's any other question before we call it a day.
Oh my God, what an amazing time we had, Mr. John. Thank you so much for blessing us with those insightful words. Although we have some questions, more questions for you, we have some questions from the team that have been prepared. So I hope
Okay.
that you don't mind taking those questions.
No, it's fine. I don't
All
mind.
right. So our first question. So recently, we've noticed that a lot of real estate gurus and moguls have been talking about Ekpe, Ekpe
Okay.
in Lagos, Nigeria. And,
Okay.
there's a general consensus that so much of something is not good. And that's just
Mm.
the mentality that people have. So it looks like everybody's going to Ekpe. There are too many people there. Everybody's going there. And some people are not sure of the safety of the investment, or, putting a lot of money in something that looks like is crowded already. So what do you have to say
Mm.
about that?
Okay. So let me just like that's a very broad question. I need to actually answer gradually. Now, Ekpe is not a hype, right? You see, one thing that people need to understand about the real estate market in Nigeria is that when you get into the plane, right? I need you to please compare. If I mean, I'm talking to the listeners right now. If you have been privileged to travel across the 36 states, maybe you've traveled to like maybe 3 states in Nigeria, by air, and maybe you've traveled some by land, you will see the number of areas that have not been developed. As small as Lagos is right now, there are a lot of places in Lagos that development is not yet hitting, like Ekpe. Now, when people talk a lot about these things, right, it's understandable when people feel like it's a fugazi. But you see, real estate does not operate that way, right? Real estate is location sensitive if you are going to profit from the market. So, why do people talk a lot about Ekpe? Number one, the government is saying a lot about it. There's no news. Like some days ago, the government still did something with Del York Group, the launching of the $100 million project, Lagos Film City, right? Businesses are launching there. If you go into Ekpe today, you see banks. Imagine. You see that they have signed the Lekki Ekpe International Airport. You see that the free trade zone is there. Why are people going there? The Lekki Deep Sea Ports is there. Why are people going there? There's a potential for growth. Now, that's the reason why I said the problem that people have is that people have not gotten the right information to understand that investing in Ekpe is not a short-term game, it's a long-term game. So if you come into real estate with an intention that, oh, you want to come into the market and exit in a year or two, and then you are going to Ekpe to go and buy a property, you are missing the point. because Ekpe is not designed to come out in 2 years' time. So the problem is that people don't have the right information, right? People don't have the right information about how these things function. So if you understand that, oh, this Ekpe territory is not going to come out in maybe the next 1 or 2 years, what are you going to do? I'll give you an example. We launched a property in my my traditional real estate company, Escort Realty, right? We call it Eco Gardens and Residential, right? I'm not somebody that is used to launching a lot of properties in Ekpe alongside my team. Why? Because we know that when people have this money, the money is just sitting down there fallow. So what can we do? So we decided to say, okay, fine. Can we do a resort on that land that would not require us building bricks and mortar? So that if you as an investor come to buy a land from Eco Gardens, right, and then you have bought a land from us, you have kept your investment, we can set up a resort. While the resort is functioning, let's say maybe the next 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 years, by the time it's time for that land to appreciate, you would have been earning rent from your land. The problem is that this land is sitting down there fallow, is doing nothing. So that's the reason why people can call it a scam. So the truth of the matter is this. It's just, see, I tell people a lot of times that real estate operates almost like Forex, right? If you're going to trade the Forex market, right, people have to focus on the news. You know, what news? Because the news is the trigger that helps you determine what is going to buy high or sell low. That's the same thing with what works in land, in real estate. Real estate operates just like their brothers. So the fact that people are talking about it does not mean that it's a scam. The problem is that the people who are selling these properties to you, they are not asking of your financial goal. So you're just giving. It's just like you have what's the name? You have a Cerelac. Now Cerelac is good, but Cerelac is not good for you. So you have Cerelac on the table, right? And then you call your 6-month-old child and you give the 6-month-old child Cerelac, and that 6-month-old child is enjoying the Cerelac. But you call your 12-year-old boy, and your 12-year-old boy asks you, Daddy, what are we eating today? You didn't say Gary, you didn't say pap, you say Cerelac. He will first laugh at you and say, I don't understand this. Am I a child? But you know that ladies also take Cerelac. Some guys also still take Cerelac. So is Cerelac bad? It's not bad. It's just not for you. If you think it's not for you. So it's just the same thing with the Ekpe market. If somebody is coming into the real estate market and then you are bringing in, maybe, for example, for someone calls me and tells me, John, I have 100 million right now to invest in the real estate market. The first question I'll ask you, even 50 million or 20 million, 10 million. The first question I'll ask you is, what's your goal? What are you looking at with this money? Are you looking at just keeping this money somewhere that you don't want to do anything with it and just forget it there? Or your plan is to flip this money in time? So if you, at the end of the day, you are looking to use 10 million naira for an investment, right? Instead of me going to go and buy 3 plots, for example, or 2 plots in Ekpe for 10 million, if your goal is to come out of this investment in 2 years, I can take your 10 million and come to Aja and buy half plot of land somewhere in Badore that I know that in the next 3 years or 2 years, I can sell it off for you quickly. Not the one in Ekpe. So that's how the analogy works. So I wouldn't say that there's a problem with the fact that people are talking about it. I think that when people are even talking a lot about it, is because there's something special about it that you should check out. People who have a problem with the investment is because they don't have the right real estate investment consultants to understand their vision and tell them how to spend their money the right way. That's what I think about it.
All right. Thank you so much for such profound words. I think that makes so much sense. And for those of us that have been puzzled about, the bandwagon of Ekwe, I think that's very, very enlightening. So, one other question. Now, talking about all of the monies that you've been mentioning, 10 million, 2 million, you mean for students or for young people, it is a lot of money. And so what would you advise young people that are coming into the real estate investment phase or real estate industry generally to do? I mean, people that are making monthly income of 30 to 50,000 naira, 50 to 100,000 naira, and do not necessarily have access to some certain trust fund or certain large amount of money. How would you advise that they start off, or how would you advise that they come into the real estate market, especially with the look of investing?
Okay, so well, like I said earlier, Codul has a place for everybody, regardless of their earning capacity. Right? We have a place for the large chunk sized investments. We have a place for small investments, right? So in on Codul, we have created the opportunity for you to actually invest in the real estate from as low as 20,000 naira, right? With technology, we have made it easier. I'll give an example. So last week, is it last? I think 2 weeks ago, we paid out our investors. Um, we paid out some of our investors. That was 2 weeks ago. That has invested with us in a property about 12 months. They came in. They just wanted this short term 12 months. They came in for that investment 12 months, and there was a person that was able to do about 53% of our money. Right? She's a student. She just had like 500K lying down somewhere. And then when she came back to her money, I think she had about 700 and something thousand or so, or 800 and something thousand from her money. So we have created www.codorealty.com to answer the concerns of investment at any level, whether it is small sized, big size, long term, short term. The only thing is that when people want to now do larger investments, we usually advise that we like to have a chat with them, right? Because some investments will also demand some level of conversations, questioning, process around it, and stuff. I'll give you an example. We have clients who come to us and tell us, we're going to give you guys money, but we don't want our identity to be known.
Hello, Mr. John. Sorry, we can't hear you. Hello, can you hear me, sir? No, I can't. So let me confirm if I'm the only one. All right, so we can't hear you, Mr. John. Um, Probably you might need to join, exit and join back because we can't hear you. All right. So Mr. John will join us in a few minutes. Please, if you have questions as well, please endeavor to drop them so that he can attend to your questions. Please, if you have questions as well, you can also drop them so that Mr. John would attend to them when he comes back.
Okay, I don't know if you can hear me now.
Yes, yes, now we can hear you. Thank you so much.
All right. So where were we?
Yeah, so we're talking about the Cordo reality, www.cordo.com, and what it does for people.
I'm saying that we have like different layers of investments, right? And the beauty about real estate investment is that real estate is now just to quickly answer a question I know somebody might ask, which is how are we sure that we are not going to be victim of scams and all of those things and stuff, right? You see, one of the things that people need to understand is that people need to understand the game of focus. You see people company comes out, they tell you we do investments, we invest in stock, bond, agricultural, whatever it is. I mean, as much as that is good, right? I think that the Nigerian landscape doesn't exactly work that way, to be honest, right? You don't see investment platforms that do everything. Then there's a problem somewhere, right? And then number two, investing in what you can't see is a problem. So we Kodu, when you make investments with us, you can see your investments. So that's where you don't have to explain a lot. This morning I was talking to a client that wanted to give us some money, and then I told him, I said, you can see the investment is working. I send you videos, I send you updates of what is happening. So I can't tell you that I bought cement if I didn't buy it. You saw it because I bought it, right? So
CodeRealty.com would answer every questions about investment, regardless of their level. Yeah.
All right, sir. So one more thing as well. There are many people that want to come into the real estate industry, and they're looking to make quick money because everybody is about making money. Forex guys are always advertising the cash and now that you can make money in minutes and all of that. So there's a lot of impatience amongst young investors or agents of global transformation, as it were. So what would you advise is the best place to start with the real estate industry? Would you advise investing and holding or sales?
Okay. So first of all, right, let me talk a little about the way life operates. Now, you see, when it comes to the game of money, right, I know that there are, like you see guys come on the internet, show off with flashy cars, private jets, expensive lifestyles, expensive houses, dollars and naira everywhere, stuff like that. And then as a young person, you feel that, there's a problem, or my life is finished, how will I? And then you come into the market, and then you want to become $100 overnight. Bro, it doesn't work that way. The problem is that many people don't understand that there's process when it comes to investment, right? There was a level in my life where I was looking for, like, I was begging for money, and there's a process where money is begging for me. It's a process. Do you understand? So it doesn't exactly work that way. Whether regardless of like the market, it is like I have traded forex before. Forex has burnt me plenty times, so I can tell you. Before I came into real estate, it's just that when I came into real estate, I made a decision to focus. Right, I wanted to focus, and I didn't want any distraction. So I don't do anything outside real estate. I do real estate 100%. Now, first of all, what I like to tell forex people with real estate people is that the forex market and the real estate market, they are not the same. They are not the same. You don't come into the real estate market thinking that you can earn forex money. Go to the forex market and earn forex money. Now, the thing is that, you see, everything has their pros and cons. In the real estate market, right, one of the things that people are assured of is stability. In the forex market, there is no stability. If you don't knock it, stop loss. If stop loss doesn't stop you, you are dead. Your money is gone. But there's nothing like that in real estate, except you don't do it real estate the right way. I tell people that, see, if you lose money in real estate, it's because you don't have the right information. It's not because the market is bad. It's not because the market is bad. Like, real estate is so simple to navigate that you will never experience one issue. So there are ways around this whole thing, right? So first of all, if you're a forex trader trying to come into the real estate market, please understand that they are not the same industry. The forex market will promise you high returns with high risk. The real estate market will promise you medium return with low risk. That's how it works, right? So, but am I telling you that there are businesses you will go into the real estate market and not make? There are obviously businesses you go into and you will make good money. Like, sometimes you can make crazy money from it in real estate. But is it all the time? No, sir. The Christmas does not happen every day. Now, I'm calling you big figures, right? The only reason why I do that, or I started doing that, is because I need people, when I train people, I need people to understand that I'm not talking to you as a motivational speaker. I'm talking to you as a businessman. So I'm not here to help your ego, right? If you think 8 billion or 10 billion is money, it's not. It's not money. It's not. Like, if you touch one couple from 10 billion, it's already 9 point something billion. So it's not money. So my job is not to whet your ego. My job is not to make you feel good. My job is just to show you that I do this real estate market and I'm profitable in the market, right? So if you want to get started, where do you come in from? The question is, what is your cash flow? What is your cash at hand? That's the question. Your cash at hand will determine my advice for you, honestly. So if you're coming into the market and then you're coming to give me 80 million and you're asking me, John, I have 80 million right now. What can I do with 80 million? I will advise you differently from somebody that has 50 million. I would advise you differently from someone that has 10,000 or 20,000. If you come to the market with 100 million, I will advise you differently from somebody. I mean, somebody that's going to give you 100 million or 200 million, right? If the person doesn't care to build a factory in Ekpe, if it's like he doesn't have foresight to build a factory in Ekpe, I will be stupid to tell you to go and buy land in Ekpe.
I would rather say, even if you're going to buy a land in Epe, I would rather say, okay, what can you do with that? Because that's a lot of money lying down fallow. That if you pick this money, you can divide this money into long term, short term, mid term, flip maybe 100 million, quick short term, whatever, buy a property, do a quick lease on it. Do you know that the guys that have Admiralty Bank and GT Bank also in Admiralty Way, do you know that that property is on lease? The bank does not own it. They pay lease money. Do you know what it looks like to be collecting lease on Admiralty Way in Lekki Phase 1? That's a shitload of money. And you can price in dollars. So this thing is not one master class. I will come and tell you that. I will just say that it's based on number one, how much do you have at hand? What's your goal? Then I can advise you and tell you that this is what I want to do. I don't know if I've been able to answer that question.
Yes, yes, you have. Thank you so much. So this is the final question. So it's a one-line question, and then I'm just going to put some perspective to it. So it's how important is innovation? And this is where I'm coming from. So I remember that while growing up, and a lot of us can remember that people that are in charge of lands, we have them, the Omonile, and these guys, probably the first guys that migrated to Lagos, and they were. I'm talking about the original Omonile now, not the Agberos. All right, the
I
first
get
guys that migrated to Lagos, and they had, the bulk of the properties, the resource, and somehow nowadays we find that they fizzled out of ownership or out of authority or power in charge of the land, mainly because they refuse to innovate or change or move along with system. So as a real estate agent or as someone that wants to come into the real estate market or industry, how important is innovation? How important is innovation?
Okay, so first of all, right, I would say that the problem with the Omonile guys is not exactly just an innovation problem, it's an information problem. Now, I'll give you an example. So, a key opener can open wine and can kill a man. It's just based on your usage. Do you understand? It's just based on your usage. So, your phone can make you billions. Like, for example, when people come online and tell me that, and tell some people that, oh, I don't want you driving flashy cars, right? To you, it might be just a show off. To somebody, it might be a way to raise capital. So it's based on what information do you have at that time, right? So the problem with these guys is that many of them, they don't know. And that's the reason why when the colonial masters came into Nigeria, the first thing they did is that they made sure that you don't have education as Nigerians. Because they know that education, right? The job of education is to spark curiosity. That's the job of education. Education is not primarily meant to teach you, it's to spark curiosity. That's why there's assignment and classwork, right? Because you are supposed to now take what you know, right? I studied history and international studies in the university, all right, and I'm doing real estate development. And then when I study about all these guys, maybe Kanka Musa, for example, right? I can tell you how Kanka Musa of Mali was able to build real estate, and I can tell you how I can use his business model in 18 something in 2023, and it will still make me shitload of money. It's information or understanding how to use it. So these are money guys are talking about. The problem is that they don't know, they don't have an idea, they don't have the information. If many of them know, then they will understand that there's a difference between fruit and seed. You see, those money people, they can sell anything, including their life, if they are hungry. That's the problem. So the information you have is what is going to make you different from any other person, right? And that's my simple answer to that. So I think that, and that's the reason why when I want to talk to people about investment, the first thing I do is I try to understand, to educate them, right? I don't go into investment and then I tell the clients that don't bother about it. No, if I'm spending a couple on, maybe I want to buy cement, I will tell you why that cement is very important. Why? Because the client is paying you not just for information but also convenience. So he's not going to have that time to come and checking the cement, whatever. But the information he has will make him know that, okay, this is how this thing works. time. This is what I can do next time to it. These are, for example, I tell people that I don't sell real estate. Or I am more illiquid than liquid because I don't need liquid. I'm not a bank. It's banks that keep money. I'm an entity. I need more money generation machine. So that's how I think. So you come into my account today, you see maybe 5 million, 2 million, 1 million, and then you can text me the next day and I tell you I have money, and I show you my bank account, and maybe I only see 200,000 naira. Even the bank doesn't use your when your money comes into the bank, they want to throw it away. You know why? Because money is called currency. Currency is not designed to be kept. It's designed to be a flow. So when you understand how currency works, you understand that you don't have money. The money with you is money for somebody that you for the main time. What do I mean? You buy a power bank. You have kept money for that person. Later you pay the guy. What has happened? He has collected this money. When the guy collect the money is not for him. Money is for another person. So when you understand that there's something called currency, right? Currency is what we make you understand that money moves happen in flow. There must be an energy, right, that makes money move, right? So that information will make you understand that okay, I can budget some for my daily spending, but I keep the rest somewhere else because anything can go wrong tomorrow. I might be in a danger tomorrow, right? So that's that. So I think the problem with money, guys, is the information. How can we do better? Have the right people. Don't just cheap. Pursue knowledge, right? Those things will be a step ahead. What you know will keep you ahead of what others don't. That's how it works. So I think that's basically the answer that I have to that question. Then I want to quickly respond to some of the questions in the comment section. Someone said that you're trying to sign up and the verification is taking a long time. You can do an email verification. If in case you're using Yahoo Mail, sometimes it can take that long. It is a network provider, it's not the company. But if you have any issues, please, I would like to chat with you afterwards, john@cordialrealty.com, and then I'll be more than glad to help out. You were talking about people that don't want to reveal their identity in investment. Yes. So let me explain something about real estate that people don't know. You see, real estate is not like every other kind of business, right? And I'm sorry to say, but I'm going to say, like, I'm going to try to quote my word a little, right? So it's not everybody that wants you to know their real estate moves, right? Husband buys properties and they don't want their wives to know, and it's not your business. I can be in a business with husband and wife, and the husband doesn't know that the wife has an investment with me, and the wife doesn't know the husband has an investment with me. It's very, very simple. So, like you see, discrecy is a powerful game in the real estate market. That's how we work, right? So so we work with clients who comes to us and tell us that, oh, I have this money that I'm not using, and I don't want people to know I have this money. How can you create a system? There are people that we have. I mean, somebody came to us after sharing his information with us. I told him very simple. Number one, sir, none of these properties is going to be in your name. It's going to be created in an LLC, a limited liability company. How is it going to work? This is the information. This is the name. You are going to use what they call an SPV, special purpose vehicle. So why? Because somehow tomorrow, for example, I deal a lot with forex traders, right? Particularly many of the forex traders are popular, right? I create SPVs for them because tomorrow they might have an issue with the government. The government might want to freeze their assets. If somebody gives you money in the real estate market, he's entrusting your brain to know how to use his money right for him, right? He's expecting to be sure because go and check your movies. Go and see movies. If you go and watch movies, you will see that every of these guys, drug cartels, I mean, many of these guys that you see that are in problem, they resort to real estate because that's the escape route. So the problem is that you are doing business with young people that don't have a knowledge of the old, right? And that's the reason why many times you dump money and then they can't advise you the right way to go. But see, it works differently. So we have clients based on their different asset backing that gives us specific information. Some don't even tell us, we advise them. After listening to them, we do a background check on them. Who is this person? What does he do? What is the activities? What are the potential threats and dangers this person have, right? And they will put a call over and say, hello, sir, we just checked out this, and we think that this is what you're supposed to do. That's the reason why sometimes I don't even post my clients. I don't talk about my clients because I'm not meant to do that. It's real estate. It's not forex. It's not Maggi or sugar or whatever it is, right? Real estate has existed from time immemorial, right? Real estate started from where God said, let there be land. That business is too old to use the brain of a child to operate. So when we work in the real estate market, right, we try to understand clients based on their decision, based on their, their technicalities, and see how to prefer solutions and offerings. For example, I tell my client that there's no how you can be in problem. Government locks every of your assets, and then they will lock your property with me. It can never happen. It can never happen. I wake up every day thinking of how to make sure. You see. So the way it works is this, right? And I know that this is somewhat like maybe a religious platform. So I'm going to just quickly say one or two things, right? Even the Bible talks about the fact that you're going to do business with guys who are not in the work of God, right? Gentiles are going to give you their money. So you have to be wise, right? I told somebody one day, I said, you need to understand how to mentor evil, right? Because you see, God is not good. Good is not God, and evil is not the devil, right? I will repeat what I said again. That's one like Shurion says that a lot. He says, good is not God, and evil is not of the devil. What do I mean? In the Bible, in the book of Job, right? God allowed evil to happen to what's his name? To Job, because he wanted to prove a bragging right. Can you imagine? Because of a bragging right. Do you understand what I mean? Because of a bragging right. God wanted to feel that Job is my guy. I feel vouch for him. Bro, hurt him. Kill this one. Oh, do anything you want to do. Now my guy ain't go still stay. That was God approving evil, but God is not the devil. So you have to understand how this whole mechanism works, and those are the untold secrets in real estate, right? When it comes to discrecy, when we come to business, I mean, your client can call you 4 a.m. and tell you Ben is in problem, and you need to get up and I'm going to do business for this guy. That's how it works, right? If you're going to do business in deep waters, you must understand how to filter. Now, this does not affect my religion. I'm a believer. I love God to the core. But the Bible also says that Gentiles are going to give me their money, right? My own job is to now make sure that when I pick their money, this is where kingdom comes into place. When I pick their money, right, I don't necessarily have to build a church. I just need to make sure that my real estate policies also propagate, right, living for the average person, right? So I'm doing projects right now, and then our next step is that we want to build 1 million affordable homes in 10 years. We want to disrupt the market entirely, right? And with that vision we have, right, by the time we go into the market, right, we're trying to create a system where people pay rent weekly. We're going to disrupt the Airbnb market totally. So imagine when you are renting a what's the name? You're renting a fully furnished 2-bedroom apartment in somewhere in Ikeja, and you're paying 13,600 per day. That's where kingdom comes into play. So I ask myself, okay, I want to make profits, right? I know I want to make profits, right? But I mean, I'm also in an economy where the economical systems are not favorable to the average man. So sometimes I have to pick profit, and sometimes I have to pick profit, impact-driven profits as well. So you see these mechanism things, right? It works differently. Because of our time, I'm just going to listen to the rest one and then end it from there. Now, please, can you share your insights on what's the name? Can you share your insight on the real estate demolitions and how to avoid falling into such situations? So very quickly, let me answer that question. Number one, see, guys, the Lagos is too big for Lagos State to hate you. Honestly, Lagos is the class captain of the largest economy in Africa. Lagos is too busy caring a lot about economical reforms than to care about the people from your father's house and mother's house. They were not pursuing you. It was the right information you didn't have. You see, every territory has what they call a master plan. What is a master plan? A master plan gives you the information of a territory. Now, don't get it twisted. The fact that the government doesn't do PR about their movement does not mean that they don't act. You see the way Ekpe is planned. When I was about to buy some properties in Ekpe, I got to some places and I charted the land in Alausa, and they told me that this place is already scheduled for general hospital. But don't forget, it's a family that also owns a part of that land. So the family comes to me as a company and sell it to me, and then I densely buy it. And then in the next 15 years after, the government wants to come and build an hospital there. And unfortunately, people have paid me money to buy their land. I've already built. And then they demolish it. And then people go out and start crying. Ah, my God, people in my father's house and mother's house. They have come after me. Oh, there's problem there. There was information. The challenge is that the people that sold you that property, that's why I said there's a place called kingdom. Because you see, every man in himself, after we ate fruits given to us by Eve, we all have a tendency to be greedy. The only thing is that our greed can be curtailed. Right? So we all have a tendency to be greedy. We all have a tendency to want more for ourselves than other people, and that is the way life is, right? But the place of kingdom is the place of self-control. That even if I know that I could make money from Ayo or make money from Joshua by selling them this property, I will not come and ask myself, what's going to happen in the next 20 years from now? And that's the difference, right? That's the difference. So let me tell you the truth, right? Ladies and gentlemen, every place in Lagos is planned. Lagos didn't come up today to start doing these decisions. People just did. And the problem is because you think that because the government have not done it now, they won't come and do it later. So you just feel that maybe only now they don't go come 20 years. And then you will think you have bought yourself an investment. Years down the line, 50 years down, 20 years down the line, you're preparing on how to transfer the asset to your generation. And then the government comes to demolish it. The developer has made his money. How can you save yourself from that? Number one, get yourself a surveyor. Now, what's a surveyor? A surveyor is the person who can help you go there to chat. Please don't ask them for coordinates. Why am I giving? I'm giving this information if in case you are not working with somebody who has integrity, who knows his onions. I'm not talking about somebody who they just gave him land. And so take Joshua, Ile is 2 million. 600 square meters, 5 million. 300 square meters, 1.5 million. Yeah, Malota. Buy land. He doesn't know anything. He doesn't know how it works. He doesn't even know the title. He doesn't even know that you collect C or 4. He doesn't know any of those things. Just call it that kind of person can't give you the response you want. So if you're already in potential danger with that kind of person, my brother, right? You get yourself number one, a surveyor very quickly. He goes there to go and chart the land. Don't ask for coordinates online. You can ask me for the coordinate of the land, and I can give you a land facing the land that is free, but that one is not free. And that's the funny thing. This is two land. They are beside each other. This one can be free from government acquisition, but this one is committed, and they are beside each other. So if you go ask someone to send you the coordinate, and then they go and send you the one that is free, and you go and check it, you're not going to say, I check it now. Bros. You want to buy a land? Go to that land. Check the exact area you want to buy. That's why you have a concern, number one. Number two, tell that surveyor to give you what they call a charting information. See, let me tell you something, guys. Let me tell you something. Don't sit on. You see, because Nigeria is not regulated. The Nigerian market is not very regulated. So that's the reason why all this is happening. Now, I've heard a lot of people come in emotionally to the internet, and then they come and say a lot of things. They complain, tell you plenty of things. Nigeria is a budget. Nigeria is a demo. Nigeria is my brother. Nigeria is just at a formation stage. So all these things are going to happen. You see, a lot of us are just growing. When did we gain independence? How old is the US or the UK you're talking about there? When Abraham Lincoln was fighting for the freedom of the people over there, was there Nigeria existence there? Have we collected independence in that time? No. So the systems are very different, right? So you ask for what they call a charting information. A charting information is an official document signed by the Office of the Surveyor General, telling you whether that land is free or under acquisition. Now, by the time you do that, there's another process called the legal counsel. You now engage a lawyer to go and check, does that property have a case? Because let me tell you something, my brother, my sister. You can buy a property that is free from government and might not be free from people. That property might have been sitting in a court case for 4 years and you will not know. So that's why, to save yourself all this problem, people now engage a real estate company because they believe that the real estate company would have done the due diligence. That's the reason why I can sell you a land that I bought for maybe 1 million or 1.5. I can sell it for you for 5 million. Why? Because I'm going to calculate all the operational expenses. I used to go and check that land. I'm going to fence your land. At the same time, I'm going to give you documents. At the same time, I'm going to defend your land even after purchase. And I said, I'm going to value my time, experience, and expertise. So that's the reason why you go ahead and buy from reputable companies. So government demolishing your property is not because the government is evil. My brother, the government does not have you in mind. No. Just do what is right and you will never be in problem. I will end with this very quickly. I want to do a construction in a particular place, and I already designed my design. My design is so beautiful, my God. I want to do 23 units of 20 units of 2-bedroom apartment. Then at the top floor, which is the 5th floor, it has an ocean view. I want to do 3 penthouses, 1 unit of 3-bedroom penthouse and 2 units of 2-bedroom penthouse. Those buildings are going to be 75% glassed. That's how I designed it. Because I hate building with too much walls. I feel that there's too much clustering around. I feel that you should be able to open from any angle and it gives you the view you want, right? Now, when I went to Alausa to go and collect approvals, I go to Alausa. Alausa said they can only give me approval for 4 floors, not 5 floors. I've designed. I've paid a lot of bills. I've spent a lot of money. But when I got there, they said no. And then I was in a pensive mode. What can I do? How can I save myself? How can I get scot-free? Now, I have a decision, 2 decisions. Number 1, I have a decision to go ahead with that construction and pay penalty in the future. And I have a decision to back out from it and say I'm not going to do it again and do the one that they have given me approval for. So the developer will not tell you that, no, now this, now, just 10 million, I'll just pay like 10 million, I'll just, I like slide and then in the future, people will have paid you money. Then 4 years down the line, 5 years down the line, just like the Bible said, a Pharaoh that never knew Joseph arose and came to the town and decided to check the land. And then you're in trouble. That's how it works. Because there will always be a Pharaoh that did not know Joseph that will arise. So you don't want to be, it's better to be safe than to be sorry. And that's the reason I will end this by saying, and if there are any other questions, I'll take it up. But I will end my question by saying, info, info. If you have the right information, you're on a flight. Thank you so much, guys.
Thank you so much, Mr. John. This has been truly unveiling the secrets of real estate. You've given us so many things, chatting info coordinates. I know it feels like a masterclass. We really appreciate. And one last thing, it's not a question, but many people would like to sign up for Colo Realty and to see the amazing plans that you have. So, courtesy of Lagos Money Week, are there like bonuses or freebies that they can join? Maybe land giveaways or something that they could get, to sign up now as they're signing up today, just to encourage them.
Well, I'm going to work something around that so that we can make the announcement by the main fiscal event on, I think it's on Saturday, if
Yes.
I'm not wrong. Exactly, so that I can be part of the bounty by then. So definitely I'll get in touch with the team behind the scene and see how we can do a Lagos Money Week coupon code for those that sign up to buy a property with us in Colo from Lagos Money Week.
Thank you so much, Mr. John. It was really an amazing session with you. We at Lagos Money Week are grateful for the value that you brought to us. Thank you for being an agent that is advancing global transformation. Thank you once again. It was a nice one with you. Please, can we say thank you to Mr. John in the chat box? Can we just say thank you to Mr. John as he takes his leave? Can we just say thank you? So you've heard it here first. Come on Saturday at the physical event. You can sign up to Colo Realty and enjoy amazing freebies. You might even win a land. You don't know. So yes, be there on Saturday. Thank you again, Mr. John. It was nice having you here. So yes, guys, let's keep it coming. Let's say thank you to Mr. John. Let's say thank you to Mr. John. All right. Thank you.
They are fully online. The coupon code we are talking about is not for those that are physically present. We are just saying that the announcement will be
Yeah.
package. So whether you are, I mean, we have users from over 80 countries of the world. So your distance is not a loss. You're safe.
Yeah, you're safe. So if you're not available, tune in. We'll be live on YouTube on that day as well. And follow our social media, Colo Reality, Lagos Money Week, and you'll find all of this information there as well. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Yes, thank you. Let's keep the thank yous coming. I mean, it was an insightful session. We can also drop, things that you've learned. I know that I've learned a lot. My notes is filled up. As you noticed, I was looking away from the camera to write because even me myself, I need money. This 10 billions, 5 billions, 20 billions, we all make it together. All right. Yes. So yes, thank you, thank you. I'm sure that, man, it was insightful. If info, of info, and this kind of info that makes one fly. All right. This is our time of flight. Thank you again, Mr. John. Thank you again, Mr. John. We appreciate it. We appreciate it. So yes, guys, let's have some of the things that we've learned. Our second session will start by 2, so we have about 10 minutes. By 1:55, we will go on a short break, and we're back by 2 p.m. Or just give us 5 minutes, stretch our legs, refresh our mind and get ready for another insightful session. But between now and then, if you have things that you've learned, just drop them on the chat box. Let's see things that stood out for you. There's so many things that Mr. John spoke about, so many secrets that he reviewed. These are things that many real estate companies do not tell you because they want to get away or pull a fast one or make quick money. But these are the things that Mr. John openly told us about. Speaking about the the importance of charting, the importance of seeking information with the government. These things are priceless. For those of us that have been following the news, you see what the recent demolitions that happened, in a quarter recently. Those things cost billions of naira, and right information would have saved those guys and property. You see them crying all over Twitter, all over social media, or now that the government is out for them. And you see how Mr. John was explaining that. So it's not necessarily a function of the disbelief that we have in the government, but because men and people that are investing have not had access to the right information. And that's just the thing. All right. And that's one of the things that Lagos Money Week is doing, that we bring this information to you. See, Lagos Money Week is not just a week program, it's a movement, it's a community, it's a change effect, it's something that is causing change, it's a catalyst for change. And that's why we are here, to ensure that we be on the bandwagon of those that will bring about global transformation. So yes, you can keep it coming. I see Precious Davis is saying, be armed with the right information so that you don't fall prey, and learn to focus on the right thing at the right time. Forrest Burger, I say that he has learned a lot. I know that it might be difficult, even for me as well, to pick just one thing and say, oh, this is what I've learned. It's a lot. It's a lot. But yes, we would go on a short break now, and we'll be back by 2 p.m. We'll be back by 2 p.m. So please just hold on, stretch your legs if you have to. If you want to grab lunch, if you want to grab something to take a snack on, do that right now. Something to take a drink on, do that right now. And yes, we'll be back by 2 p.m. for the second speaker of the day. Thank you. Hello there, welcome back, welcome back. So just come on, welcome back. If you're just joining us, welcome to day two of the Lagos Morning Week. And if you've been here with us, welcome back. I trust that we enjoyed the beautiful session and insightful session that we had with Mr. John Igbinosa, speaking about the secrets, you know, unveiling the secrets of the real estate industry. So, yes, if you're joining us now, or if you've been here with us, we're about to start the next session. I'm going to implore us, please forward the link to your friends, to your family, to your enemies as well, all right? So that they can also change and become agents of global transformation. So yes, if you're joining us, please forward the link, share the link across the board, encourage people to join us as we about to go into the second session. Yes, if you're joining us again, please forward the link and encourage them to join us. We're about to go into the second session. I trust that we've all been enjoying and getting value from the course of this program or from the course of today's event. That we have when Mr. John was speaking, he spoke a lot about things that many of us don't hear, or for those of us that are already in the real estate industry, and for those people that want to go into the real estate industry. These are things that you don't necessarily hear about. So these are things that they might not give you as um newcomer info. And that's one of the things that he expanded on, exposing some of these things, the need for certain information, and whether or not you want to even go into real estate. If you're looking to own a property, if you're looking at, being an investor in any part of anything that has to do with land, buildings, rentals, and these are informations that you need to get so that you can properly plan your investment. So you can properly plan out your future, and you're not caught off guard when the government comes striking, because like you mentioned, the government always has a plan, because they own the land. And yeah, that's very, very insightful. Say thank you again to Mr. John. So now we would have our second speaker. Our second speaker. Please, if you're here with me, can I see some fire in the chat box? I'm just see some fire in the chat box. If you're here with me, I know there are about 12 people watching. So if you're here with me, can I just see some fire in the chat box? Just do that so that I confirm that I can confirm that we have people here with me. Can we do that quickly? God bless you, Taiwo. Taiwo is here. If you're here with us, can just use the chat box and just indicate that you're with us. I'm waiting for also agents assemble, agents of global change. Come on, assemble. If you're with us, just put some fire in the chat box so that I know that you're with us. All right, all right, all right. I can see a few persons. We got a day, journey to the world. I'm here. Yes, yes. That's what we're talking about. All right. So our next speaker, and we had one female speaker yesterday, about the first day. We have another female speaker today, and this person, as she shares her tip of reading, sharing books, and storytelling, she started this journey with toddlers at 18 months to 3 years. All right. So she's one that is passionate about speaking to young people, young children. People say that children are the leaders of tomorrow, but they're the future of tomorrow. So it's important that we are feeding them with the right knowledge and equipping them with the right resource so that tomorrow might be all right. So this is one speaker that concerns herself as she shares tips, for reading, for building them and equipping them with the right knowledge. She's a UK-based childcare professional. She's a mentor and she's a coach. Currently, she's a student of the University of Aberdeen, United Kingdom, and she holds ground as an exemplary personality whose vision and core values have been emulated across the country. And we're very, very delighted to announce that we have E-Former Colo as a speaker for Lagos Money Week 2023. And one of the things that she has heralded is to show that there's evidence that 3-year-olds can read. All right, that's one of the things that a journey or a career or a life as a person has stood out as evidence for. 3-year-olds can read, so we have not a reason to keep them or to sideline them. Our life has been a proof or evidence to that effect that 3-year-olds can read. However, this is not the norm, and she has come here to change that. So she'll be sharing tips on how that you can also care for children. You can also fill them with the right knowledge, and you can expect that your future will be bright. So, ladies and gentlemen, agents of global transformation, let's invite Ifeoma Okolo. Actually, we're talking about reading starts at the age of 3. So, Ifeoma Okolo, if you're here, over to you. Okay, so I think she's joining us in a bit.
Can
All
you hear
right.
me?
Yes.
Can you see me? Just before we start, if you can hear me, if you can see me, just let me know in the comment section so that I know that you can hear me and you can see me. I'll just wait. So just let me know. Okay, I think okay, thank you. And I'll also share my screen as well. So also just let me know if you can see. Uh, 1 second. Okay. So can we see my screen? Is this okay? Okay. Thank you very much. So hello everybody. Welcome to day 2 of Lagos Money Week. As said earlier, my name is Ifeoma Colo. I'm a medical student. I'm also a child practitioner on the side. And what I'm here to do today is to talk to us about reading, specifically reading at the age of 3. So reading starts at the age of 3. Before I begin, I just want to point out the fact that I know we all have a lot of misconceptions about reading and how reading is just a skill, or for some of us reading is just to get through school and that's the end of it. You know, some people go through school reading and then after school they don't read, or some people only read in primary school and they never pick up a book in their life again. But what I want to talk about today is about reading, specifically towards our children, and how reading can start at the age of 3, and also the benefits. We'll also be talking about how you, as a parent or a guardian, can also help your children develop their reading skills. You know, as the host said, children are the leaders of tomorrow. They're the future generation. And so if we don't start planting good seeds inside of them, you know, we put them at a disadvantage when the time comes for them to, you know, take over society. So objectives for today, just briefly, we'll discuss the critical role that early literacy plays in the lives of your children or children under your care. So you don't have to be a parent, you can be a sibling, you can be a guardian, you could be a teacher. If you're a worker, maybe in your place of worship, you could also look after children there. We'll also debunk some common misconceptions as well, because like I said, I know we all have misconceptions about reading and things like that. Secondly, I'll shed some light on the importance of introducing reading to children from a very young age. I personally believe that one of the best things you can do for your children is to teach them how to read from a young age. And number 3, provide practical insights and strategies for parents and educators to cultivate a love for reading in toddlers and preschoolers. So the critical role of early literacy. Early literacy is super important for kids because it helps them learn language skills early on. It sets them up for success in school and beyond. It's like building a strong foundation for their future learning journey. You know, when you start school, if any of you are parents here, you know that when your child is old enough, you send them to school because their whole idea is that you send them to school and the school teaches them how to read, the school teaches them how to write. Um, but one of the things we'll speak about today is how you can also be a teacher for your children, and you shouldn't heavily rely on the school education system to teach your children how to read or how to even gain early literacy skills. But early literacy skills are good because, you know, the whole concept of early literacy is learning how to read, learning how to write, learning how to count, um, learning how to identify things as well, you know, and starting from an early age, like I said before, sets your child up for success. They are one step ahead of everybody else. In this case, the earlier they start, But then also there's also a science behind it, because it's not everything a child will be able to grasp from a young age. But the whole point of it is that the earlier they start, the earlier you plant your seeds, the more fruit you harvest at the end. I don't know if that makes sense. So yeah, it sets them up for success in school and beyond. The whole point of sending our children to school is for them to learn, for them to gain education. But early literacy just sets that really strong foundation. Your child will go to school without having to struggle, without without being behind in class as well. I think that's also a very important point to make. An article written in January of 2023 by Business Day disclosed that UNICEF were concerned that 75% of children in Nigeria could not read a simple sentence even after primary school. I think that when I read the article, it just really highlighted the whole point of the critical role of early literacy, because if 75% of children in Nigeria cannot read a simple sentence even after primary school, then you can imagine how much they struggle in high school, in university, or any other source of higher education. Reading is so, so important for our children. And if 75% of them are struggling to read, to not be able to complete a simple sentence, um, I don't think that really speaks well of our educational system. And it also doesn't speak well about the learning, unfortunately, that they receive at home, because it does show that there isn't an investment of learning both at home and also in school. A report carried out by Ofcom in 2021, so now we're in the UK, showed that nearly all children went online, so about 99% of them, with a nearly 50-50 split on device type. So it was either 50% of them were using a tablet or a phone. And that one of the things that sort of slows down early literacy or can stop a child from gaining early literacy skills is, social media and the use of devices and having access to the online web. Children are like sponges, our brains are like sponges, our eyes are the gateway to our body. So whatever it is that you are receiving from a young age, whatever information that you are looking at or you're taking in from a young age can affect you in the long term. And for 99% of our children to be online by 2021, I do have a feeling, or you can also predict that, in the coming years, we might also start seeing a decline in early literacy, or a decline in children um, be willing to learn, or even a decline in adults being willing to teach the children from an early age. And so being here at Lagos Money Week, you're here day two, you're here to learn how to not be that parent or guardian, but rather learn skills on how to teach your children early literacy skills. Specifically today, we're talking about reading. So before I move on, we'll just discuss some common misconceptions and we'll debunk them together. So the first misconception is that it is the teacher's job to teach a child. Just put in the comment section true or false if you think it is a teacher's job. No judgment, so no judgment zone. If you think it is a teacher's job to teach a child, just let me know in the comment section. Is it the teacher's job to teach a child? So if you believe it is a teacher's job, just say yes. If you don't think it's a teacher's job, just say no. If you think parents and teachers, thank you. Anybody else? Is it a teacher's job? Is it just a teacher's job? Is there anyone else that can get involved? Teachers and parents, I see that one. So yes, it is the teacher's job, but it's also the parent's job to teach the child. Yes, so I see Precious says it is, but not fully. Exactly. So it's a teacher's job to teach a child. They get paid to teach our children, but it is also the parent's job to teach a child, because you are the parent, you gave birth to that child, or you are the guardian. In some cases, you are in charge of looking after that child. And before they go out into society, it is your job to teach the child manners, to teach the job basic life skills. In this case, it is your job to teach the child how to read. And I know some people might say they're thinking, but then why will I send my child to school? It's one thing to point out is that early literacy is more than just reading and writing. For example, personally, as a child practitioner, I wouldn't advise parents sending their kids to school if they don't know how to at least read 3-letter words, simply because if they have the ability to read 3-letter words or 4-letter words, it means that that child has gained other skills outside of reading, such as asking for help, being able to speak up and ask for help as well, and also to identify objects at home. So if a child can read 3-letter words, they might be able to look at something and understand exactly what that thing is if they are able to read the 3 words that label that certain item. I don't know if that makes sense. So if a child sees uh, well, a box of pens, they're confused about what it is. But if they read it and it says PEN, pen, if they know how to read that 3-letter word, they understand that, okay, this is a pen or this is a pack of pens, and they can take that and use it. But if a child doesn't have that skill, if you send them to school, your child won't be able to communicate to whoever it is you've put that is in charge of them. Your child won't be able to ask for help if they're hungry, if they need help, if they're feeling sick, and also stresses out whoever it is that's looking after them as well, because they don't understand what the child wants. The child doesn't know how to speak up or even indicate that they need something. So it is the parent's job to teach the child. Someone says every adult. I kind of disagree on that, because not every adult should have, the access to teach our children some things. Not every adult is wise enough. Not every adult has good morals and values to instill into a child. So I wouldn't say every adult. I would say the parents of that child and also the teachers as well. So second misconception is that there is only one way to teach a child. So yes or no? There's only one way to teach a child. Is there only one way? Do we have many other ways to teach children? What are our thoughts on that? There's only one way to teach a child. If you're not sure, you can just tell me that you're not sure. There is only one way. Okay? Not only one way. Wonderful. Not only one way. Okay. Any other comment? Not only one way. Anybody else? No? Okay. There's only one way to teach children. Just like Ayo said, not only one way. Yes, there are several ways to teach our children. There are so many different ways to teach our children. You have platforms, there are books, there just like cooking, there's not one way. Obviously you have the recipe, but there are different ways to reach the end point, which is the meal you're actually cooking. You can take one step and do it first before you do the second step. Sometimes you can also miss steps out as well. So same way, this also applies to our children. There are many ways to teach them different skills. And the main reason for this is that all children are not the same. All children are not the same. I think one of the problems with the educational system is that it focuses specifically, I'll be speaking on the Nigerian education system because I also experienced a little bit of that as well, is that the Nigerian education system focuses on one way to teach children. So you have children in a class sitting, facing the board, and there's only one, the teacher teaches the topic in one way. The teacher doesn't look for another way to do it. The teacher doesn't look out for someone that might be struggling. And if you are struggling, I don't know if anyone has experienced this, you get some backlash because you do not understand this one way that the teacher has taught you. You also get children who at home have been taught some things. They go to school, let's say a math problem, and the teacher has taught you style A. This is how you solve this math problem. But because the child has also been taught this at home, they have another way to solve this problem. But in the education system, what I've noticed with it is that isn't really promoted. So you can't tell a teacher, oh, this is how I would do it. Or I don't know if things have changed, but my experience was, you can't tell a teacher, oh, how about you do it like this? Because the teacher has this, the teacher feels like they have this authority over how the topic should be taught. So my point is that there are many ways to teach our children. There isn't one way. Children are different. They learn differently. Some learn faster. Some need, you to explain things multiple times. Some might not just understand the way it is. Maybe the way you're teaching them is distracting. Maybe you need to find a different way. But the main point is that there are many ways to teach children. Someone says no. As we evolve, different methods come up. Exactly. And research and science has taught us that especially research regarding children's learning. There are so many ways to teach children skills, teach children about the concept of life and cultures and just different things like that. But yeah, definitely, I agree. So the third misconception is that reading is only a skill. Reading is only a skill. So if you think that reading is only a skill, just tell me yes. If you don't think it's just a skill, if you think it's not just a skill, rather, let me know and let's discuss. So reading is only a skill. Okay, anyone? Reading is only a skill. Do you yes or no? Just yes or no. Let's communicate. You know, we're all communicating here. So reading is only a skill. Yes, thank you so much, Ayo. Reading is only a skill. Yes, Ayo says yes. Does anybody disagree with Ayo? Let him know. If you disagree with him, let him know. Unless he teaches otherwise. Reading is only a skill. Reading is only a skill. Ayo says yes. Does anybody have another answer? Okay, so reading is only a skill. Reading is a skill. So the ability to read is a skill. However, the act of reading can also be pleasurable. So the point I was trying to get across is that yes, reading is a skill. I mean, if I didn't know how to read, I wouldn't be able to read what's on the PowerPoint. If you didn't know how to read, you wouldn't know how to read what's on the PowerPoint. But reading can also be pleasurable. Reading can be so enjoyable. And I know for some, if you're a student here, you know when they say, when you tell your friend, oh, I need to go and read, or I have to read this, I need to read this book or read this article or read for my coursework, wherever it is, sometimes it's not enjoyable. I can tell you reading for university it's not enjoyable because of the mindset you've put into it. But reading can be pleasurable depending on how you view it. So what I want us to gain from this is that for our children, for you, if you don't like reading, great, that's fine. Reading is not for everybody. At least you've gained the reading skill, that's great. But for our children, I really want us to go away with the mindset that reading should be enjoyable for our children. I don't know if anyone has seen the video of this little girl that's supposed to do her homework. She's supposed to be writing, but she's crying profusely. This girl is crying. I don't know if you've seen it, let me know in the comments. She's a little girl. She's crying. I think she was at some point, she was even like licking her tears at some point, hysterically crying because she did not enjoy the task that she was doing. I think she was doing homework or something to write some numbers down. She wasn't enjoying it. She was not enjoying it. She was not having it. And the person filming her was making fun of her. But that child will, I'm sure by the time she's, a bit older, she will be traumatized. Maybe traumatized is not the right word, but she will not enjoy reading. She won't enjoy schoolwork. She won't enjoy number activities because in her mind, it's a chore. It's a punishment. But reading can be so pleasurable. I don't know if there's anybody here who was or is a can everyone hear me properly? Can everyone hear me? I see someone here mention something about their network. Oh, okay. Thank you. Thank you. Can you see my screen? Okay. Thank you very much. It's here now. Yeah, so Precious says, I had to research and find out if I preferred audiobooks. Exactly. See, so reading is not for everybody. And a lot of us adults, if we actually sit and reflect, sometimes the reason why we don't enjoy reading is because of how reading was presented to us when we were younger, either a punishment or a chore. Some parents would say, if you don't read a book, then you can't do this. I mean, I understand for some parents, that's the reward system that they've created in their household, but it pushes into your adulthood where, like Precious has said, she hated it. So yeah, okay, thank you, Precious. Let's move on to the next point. So I think this is the last one. It says the faster the child reads, the better they are at reading. So do we think that this is true? The faster the child reads, the better they are at reading. The faster the child reads, the better they are at reading. Let's discuss. Do we think this is true? Do we think this is false? Do we think, if you have any opinions, let us know. We're family, we're discussing. So just let me know in the comment section. Let's talk about it. The faster the child reads, the better they are at reading. Not exactly. Ayo says not exactly. Ayo says not exactly. Okay. We'll discuss that. And Precious says yes. Thank you guys so much. You guys are my favorites right now. So Ayo says, let's start with Ayo. Ayo says, not exactly. Reading fast shows quick comprehension. Slow reading may also mean deeper comprehension. Exactly. Ayo. Good. Correct. You're reading my mind. Judah says no, not true. So the faster the child reads, the better they are reading. No, not true. Okay. Let's see what Ifeoma put down. Okay, so just like Ayo said, slow reading may also mean deeper comprehension. Reading fast shows quick comprehension. Exactly. So the child might actually lack comprehension in some cases the faster they read. I don't know if anyone has seen, I'm sure we have, Josh Too Funny, fastest reader in the world. And he reads, how many books did he read? Like 4? He read a whole book in 1 second. I think that was his skill. He read a whole book in 1 second and it goes ask him what's in the book. I think they even asked him what was in the book. Couldn't say anything. So the faster the child reads, the better they are at reading. Not exactly true, because they might actually lack comprehension. Some of us as adults, if we think back to how we learned how to read, it was almost like a game of memorization. So we had to memorize words that we didn't necessarily understand. For some people, they had to memorize words and also memorize what they meant, but they didn't necessarily comprehend. So Precious says, I think it should be the more frequently they read. Okay, I also agree with that. But like I was trying to say, it was a game of memorization for some of us when we're learning how to read. So we only memorize, I think they call it sight words. We only memorize what the word looked like. We didn't necessarily comprehend exactly what that word meant. Some children also, like Ayo said, reading fast shows quick comprehension. Yes. So in some cases, children reading fast just means that, they're on the ball, they know how to read very well, they're really confident in their reading skills. Slow reading may also mean deeper comprehension, like Ayo said, because the child is reading it, and as he's reading, he's understanding. And a way for us to know and differentiate between the child that has, fast comprehension and deeper comprehension would be how they recognize the words in between or the punctuation between. So if you give a child a sentence and you put a comma and an exclamation mark at the end of the sentence, so a comma in the middle, an exclamation mark at the end of the sentence, for you to differentiate between the two, listen to how the child reads. Do they acknowledge the exclamation mark at the end? Do they acknowledge the comma? Do they acknowledge the semicolon? Do they, if they don't acknowledge it, then you can always tell, okay, maybe this child is reading fast because they know how to read. They didn't necessarily understand what they've read. But if they acknowledge it, then you can, that definitely this child knows what they're reading about. So yeah, thank you so much, guys, for interacting. I'm enjoying this session. So far. Now I want to go back to the point that I made about social media. Specifically, not really social media, just more of the online, having our children having access to the online, wide web or world wide web in general. Having access to online content at a young age can be damaging in the long run. Media can influence how children and teens feel, learn, think, and behave. I think I spoke about this, that children are like sponges, whatever it is that they see, their eyes, whatever it is that they hear, it can really, really affect them. Think of it, reflect on it yourself as when you were growing up, the type of novels that you read, the type of books that you read, the types of music that you listened to, they shaped the way, they shaped your childhood, they shaped your adulthood. For some of us, we're still suffering from maybe letting go of the type of music that we used to listen to. For some of us, because of the books we listen to, we have trauma, and now we don't really enjoy reading anymore. For some of us, reading actually helped us. The type of books that we read, the music that we listened to, really helped us to become who we are today. They inspired us, they gave us creative ways to think, and we wouldn't be where we are. We wouldn't be where we are today if not for the things that we read. But we also need to recognize that it also has there's also a negative aspect to this. Ayo says some of us are suffering the shout out dads give us. Exactly. I'm sure if we take a poll, a lot of us here reading, like you think of reading and you're already having flashbacks because reading was just not enjoyable for us. But maybe some of us here, we might not have had access to technology, so reading books might have been the only option for us. But in today's society where every child, I see children 2 years old with their own phone, like a child with their own phone. This one is for them. How many of us here, when did you get your own phone? I got my first phone when I was 13. And you see 1 year olds, 2 year olds with their own phone. And you ask a parent and they say, oh, and so they can watch their Coco Melon and their this and their that, so they don't disturb me. And in as much as we're trying to, keep the child busy, um, on giving that child access to online platform. I mean, they're not using Instagram and Snapchat, but they have access to the World Wide Web. It has its benefits. The child can learn new information. As a parent, when with your device, using it with your child, it connects them with your friends. It connects you and your family with your friends. If social media and online platform is used correctly, or devices, I should say, I think the word is devices. If these devices are used correctly, our children can also learn new skills. And like I mentioned earlier, it can keep them busy whilst the parent or guardian does something else. But the dangers of this are tremendous. Having access to devices at such a young age can reduce the amount of sleep that our children get. It can delay their learning. It can delay social skills, and this will be our main focus for now. So delaying learning and delaying social skills. I think I saw it was a documentary online, and they did the experiment of a child. I think for like 3 days they used two children. One child had access to TV, playing whatever content, Coco Melon, Chuchu TV, whatever it is. And the other child had an adult interacting with them for 3 days. So two different children, 3 days of different interactions. And the child, I think it was in a daycare. So they intentionally did not pay attention to child A, but they put the child in front of a TV, and child B had one adult that was constantly interacting with them in terms of playing and learning as well. And after the 3 days, I think the child that had access to TV, by the time an adult came to interact with him on the fourth day, that child was not having it. That child was not interested in having a conversation. I mean, the child couldn't really speak, but the baby was not interested in having a conversation. Whereas the child who already was used to the adult and used to interacting with them was having a ball, they were enjoying themselves. But I think my point I'm trying to make is that it would delay social skills, putting your child, you as an adult, if any of us has TikTok or Instagram, you know how many hours you spend scrolling. Some of us, is a prayer point that the shackles of TikTok and Instagram should be, we should break free from the chains of it, because we ourselves don't even have the discipline to stop. So now imagine a child that has grown up in front of a device, in front of a TV, in front of Cocomelon, in front of Dora the Explorer. Those shows may not be bad itself, but the main point is that that child will have delayed social skills, delayed learning, because the only thing they understand is what is in front of them on the TV. So if you as a parent are not going to give them, if you're not going to go out, if you're not going to, all of a sudden transform into the Coco Melon that they know, they're not going to be interested in learning. When infants or preschoolers watch too much TV, they may show delays in attention, in thinking, language, and also social skills. And one reason for this, like I said, would be that they don't interact as much with their parents and families. Parents who keep the TV on or spend excess time on their digital media miss precious opportunities to interact with their children and help them learn. So this point is specifically for parents or guardians that give their children devices or children in their care and say, oh, so that they can leave me alone, or so that I can carry on with my work. The child doesn't disturb me, so take. you are missing out on opportunities to interact with your children. You really are. Rather than giving them that phone, no, what is there in Cocomelon that you can't sing? Learn the song, sing it to your child instead of playing it for them. I mean, at some point you get tired, but rather than putting them in front of a screen and letting somebody else do that job, sing to your child. Children love to be sung to. They love singing. Sing to them. If it's in this case reading a book, rather than putting them in front of a TV that's is audibly reading the book out to them, you read the book for them. Use your voice to create funny characters, make the characters in the book come to life. This is a chance for you to sit down and cuddle with your children, and not make it, and not just, I think, like, the point I'm trying to make is just, you will really miss out on precious moments if you're not intentional about spending time with your children. um I think I mentioned it earlier. About the parents that think putting their children or giving their children devices is helping them out. It's really not. It's really not. Many of us, as adults today, are if we really sit down and reflect on it, we were neglected in that aspect. Not many of us got to spend time with our parents and read books with them, or learn our numbers with them. When you did spend time with your parents, like Ayo said before, your parents are shouting on you. So you don't know simple, so you don't know how to read this, you don't know how to read that, and you also build on that trauma. But if you as a parent spend time with your child, build these skills with them, read with them, learn with them, teach them, if teach them the things that you have also learned. If you have easier ways to learn something, if you sit down and actually teach them, you are really building your child up for success, rather than just neglecting them and leaving them for someone else to do the work, for them. um so how can my child start reading at 3? How can my child start reading at 3? The first point that I would like to make is that the first way that your child can start reading at 3 is to read to them from a young age. um, Research has shown that even in the womb, babies can audibly hear from 18 weeks. So from 18 weeks, if you're a female and you're pregnant, or you're wanting to get pregnant in the future, know that from 18 weeks, your child will be able to hear you from the womb. Parents, if you watch on YouTube, you see parents that sometimes play music for their babies in the womb, or they read for their babies in the womb. And it's actually advised that parents actually do start speaking to the child in the womb, so that they recognize your voice. That's very, very important. They recognize their voice, and it also creates a stronger bond between the three of you, so mommy, daddy, and the baby. So in this case, you can also start reading to them from inside the womb. You might think it's something that doesn't make sense. You might think, how is that going to affect them in the long run? But that child will be used to hearing certain words by the time they reach a certain age, by the time they reach age 3. And one of the things we will do is that when the child starts speaking, they start using that words in their vocabulary. So you won't necessarily start teaching them those words when they are 3. They have been hearing it since, like the example I mentioned, in the womb. Or if you're not going to read to them from that age, from once they come out of the womb, read to them, sit with them, take your child, sit down with them. Oh, ask them what book they want to read. What book would you like to read? Let them pick the book out. Let it be fun for them. If you're an extra parent, create books, go online and look for personalized books. So books that will have your children's name on it. Let them read, let them enjoy reading as well. Let them also see you reading as well. If your child doesn't see you reading, there's a likelihood that they will also not want to read as well. I remember when I was young and my parents would say, go and pick up a book and read. In my mind, I'm like, I don't remember the last time I saw you reading as well. It's not, it's looking a bit hypocritical. But if a child sees you reading, they will more likely enjoy reading as well. The second point would be phonetically reading versus sight reading. So I'm using a lot of words here, but phonetically reading just means the way you pronounce the words, versus teaching them, versus forcing them to memorize the word. That's what I'm trying to say. So phonetically reading means teaching them the letter itself. So A, B, C, but not A, B, C, A, B, K, so that when they try and put the words together, they're saying it properly, rather than you look. taking something and saying, this is jam, this is cat, this is dog, and then forcing them to memorize what the word means because they are only seeing it. So what it does is that if a child knows how to sight read by the age of 3, yes, a child has good memory skills, because they're obviously memorizing these words at a young age, but the child doesn't understand, the child doesn't comprehend. But phonetically reading means that the child understood the letters, understood how to combine them before them putting them together and forming the word. I don't know if that makes sense. If you have any questions after this, I'll definitely be able to answer them. So, third point would be the alphabet. I think regarding the alphabet, I think what makes it difficult is, from my experience, is sometimes the language that the child speaks at home, or the language or the accent the child has, or the accent the parent has or have. So with the alphabet, in my case, when, as you hear, I have an accent. If I were to read the alphabet phonetically to a child, it would sound different to someone with a Nigerian accent, a really strong Nigerian accent, might I add, or maybe a French accent. It would sound different to the way someone with a French accent would read the alphabet out. So my point with the alphabet is that teach your children the alphabet, but make it a point to teach them the phonetic way, not ABC. I'll give you an example. If you say, so we know letter C is C. So when you read the alphabet, you say ABC. So C is C. You say O, and W is W. But OW does not say cow, but U says cow. I don't know if that makes sense. So the way you teach your children the alphabet is also very important. And I know this is a lot. I know somebody is also already thinking, it's like the teacher will just teach them these things. But if you take out your time and invest in your children now, I promise you that they will be really grateful for that in the future. The investment you make now will always show in the future. The fourth point would be age appropriate books. So I personally, I learned how to read from an early age, but I didn't have access to age appropriate books. So once I knew how to read, once I knew how to combine words together, I started reading the books that I did have access to, and they were not age appropriate. Not meaning that they were inappropriate in itself. They just weren't for me in at that age. So I was reading big novels. I think I'm right. I was 8 years old and I read Ben Carson's autobiography. Don't ask. I don't know why I went there. I don't know why I decided to read that. But age appropriate books are very important because it allows you to also control your child's imagination from that age, so rather than giving a child at 8 years old reach that poor dad. If the point of you giving that child that book is to not learn literacy, but just for them to read something, then you're just wasting your time. Give them something else to read. Give them something easier to read. Give them something more comedic. Give them something. Yes, I'm being very serious, and I don't know why. The book was just there, and I picked it up and I read it. And when my mom had realized that I read the book, she didn't ask me, "Oh, what did you learn?" I remember she would just go around saying, "Oh, my daughter has read this Ben Carson's book." Then I think when I was 14 or 15, and I read the book again and I actually understood what I was reading. So age appropriate books are very important for a 3-year-old. Books that are with 3-letter words. I think if you go online, there are online book companies that have books in categories of your children's age. So because they expect that a child at a certain age should know how to read at a certain reading level. So if you go online, you can find these platforms, and if it's hard for us to access online, I can definitely gather some online, the ones that I know of. I can gather them together and pass it on to the Lagos Money Week host, and this can also be put on their social media platform for you to have access to as well. David actually said I started reading about money at 5 years. Yes, so there are some parents that give their children material that has to do with specific topics. So, like in this case, our boss said he started reading about money at age 5. Now, for you to have been reading about money by age 5, that means you knew how to read by age 3. Yes or no? Just answer us since you're already here. So for you to have been reading about money but at age 5, David Achom, that means you already knew how to read. You had concrete reading skills by age 3. Am I correct? Yes or no? Definitely, exactly. So what in his case, he already knew how to read before he started reading those things. But if you are 5 years old and your dad is giving you reach that poor, or your parent is giving you reach that poor dad, when you don't even know how to comprehend is a word, even not even a sentence, a word, it really is a waste of time. So age appropriate books are very important. And we all know, David Atcham, founder of Lagos Money Week, you can tell from what he has just mentioned that him reading about money at age 5 is a testament to where he is now. It shows that at that young age he was already ahead. He was already, and I'm sure reading that kind of book at age 5 would have implemented skills that he might not have understood, might have implemented lessons and skills that he might not have understood then, but he would definitely understand now. You guys think it's a joke? Reading at age 5 is not it's not easy. David Atcham, we give you a round of applause there. But let's move on. The next point after that is reading with them. I think I mentioned that in the first point. Reading with your children. Please read with your children. I don't know. When I'm with children, when I look after children and we read, I make it a point to sit with them. It's a time for you as a parent to sit and cuddle with them. Let them sit beside you. Let them, even if they are not concentrating, read to them. Read to them. It is very, very important for us to read with our children. And the older they get, if you are giving them a book to read or they pick a book, excuse me, as a parent, you also pick up a book and read as well. Like I mentioned in the very, very beginning, some of us start reading once we finish university. That's it. No more books. In fact, some people throw away all the books they have. Some people keep the books as decoration in their cupboard. They don't open it. They don't read it. Your children should be a reflection of yourself. Children should be a reflection of ourselves. So if you want your children to be people that enjoy reading, you also need to read with them. Next point would be flashcards. I put a picture of flashcards here, so I don't know if you can see. There's an image here of different words. Yeah, those are flashcards. So flashcards will help your children to learn how to read. Like we said, teach them the right way to pronounce the letters in the first place, phonetic reading. Flashcards will allow them to see the word. It's almost like a game. Flashcards, if you're a student here, you might know how to use flashcards. You write something on it, and then you put it away, come back to it. It's almost like a memory game. But with teaching your children how to read, what flashcards do is that, it gives them different options. It gives them different options of things to read. It also helps you as well to understand what words it is that your child struggles to pronounce, what words your child struggles to, maybe your child has a lisp or a lisp in this case, and so your child can't pronounce a certain word. Flashcards will help you to identify that. Flashcards also come in different reading levels. So you have 3-letter words, 4-letter words, 5-letter words, and as a parent, you can either buy or you can make some for yourself. You can buy them online, and like I said, if you can't buy them or you don't have access to that, then you can also make them yourself. Reading games. I personally believe that reading games are fun. One of the very most simple reading game that I can recommend for you as a parent or a guardian is, if you take a child out and you see a word, just ask. If you already know that they have somewhat of reading skill, ask them to try and pronounce what does that word mean. Try and ask them to pronounce the word first of all. Don't ask them what it means. Ask them to pronounce the word. If they don't get it, that's fine. You correct them. Or if you are shopping, you take a child to a shopping mall. You're walking down the aisles, and maybe you have gone to the egg section, for example. Ask them to read the word. Oh, Junior, what does that word say? Those are word games. And then, play the game often so that they can start asking you, oh, mommy, daddy, what does that word say? And then you can, in turn, you start teaching them different words as well. Other word games, you can use the devices, which is also the next point. There are online devices to play word games. So rather than just opening YouTube for them, download apps that will teach your child how to read and also allow them to have fun. And many of them on the App Store. Just be careful as a parent. Make sure you play the game first to know that there won't be any inappropriate ads popping up, or they won't be teaching them any inappropriate words. But word games are very, very important. Another game is I Spy. So the game goes, I spy with my little eye something beginning with A. and the child has to look around for a word, for an object around them that starts with that word. Those are very simple word games for us to play with our children. But I think the main point out of everything here is just to really be involved with teaching our children how to read. It's not the teacher's job. If you send your child to school and they're not able to read, your child will be up for, sometimes, some cases, abuse from teachers, abuse from their parents, because they will be made fun of because they don't know how to read, or they struggle to read. So they might know how to read, but they're still struggling. But if this is something you work on at home with your child, I promise you, you are really setting your child up for success. So, in conclusion, teaching children to read from an early age is highly effective. It boosts their language development, enhances their cognitive skills, sets them up for a lifetime of learning and success. Start reading adventures early. I cannot stress this enough. If you want your child to be the next David Atcham, even though there won't be anyone like him, start teaching them how to read early. Start reading adventures early. Whatever it is you want your child to be in future, start implementing it now. Start giving them books about confidence, books about loving themselves, books about and they are age appropriate books for these things. They're not just for adults. They are age appropriate books for these things. If you want your child to be financially literate, give them books on money. There are money books for 3-year-olds, 4-year-olds, 5-year-olds. I wouldn't advise giving a 3-year-old rich dad poor dad, but there you go. So I think that's it. I think I'm done. One thing I will point out though, what not to do, you know, what not to do what not to do. I would say what not to do would be to not treat our children the way our parents treated us. So if you're somebody here and your parents were hands-on, involved with your educational learning, great. You can continue the cycle. But if you're someone here and your parents or the people that were around you growing up did not make reading or learning enjoyable for you, break that cycle. From today, make sure that you do not carry that same trauma and that same cycle into when you start having your own children, and start teaching them as well. Break the cycle. If reading was a punishment for you, let reading be a reward for your children. Don't let it be a chore. Don't let it be a punishment for them. If you were always shouted at because you did not understand things, break that cycle and encourage your children when they don't understand. Maybe it's just that the child is just slow in learning, so you need to explain it multiple times. Maybe that child genuinely does not understand that concept. You need to find another way to teach them. Let's not carry the cycles from our forefathers and even our own childhood into the next generation. There's really no point in doing that. But I think with that, I think I'm done with my presentation. Thank you guys so much for interacting with me. Thank you for learning as well. I hope, hopefully from today, reading can be enjoyable for us as adults as well. You can never stop learning. And I genuinely believe that reading is something that should be enjoyed and shouldn't be a chore. Thank you very much. If you have any questions, you can put them in the comment section. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ifeoma, for that amazing one. It was really, really insightful. Thank you for bringing light on that aspect of child development. We appreciate your presence. I know that there are questions that we'll take, but before we go there, so guys, if you have questions, please just kindly drop them in the chat box so that we can take your questions. But yes, before we get to the questions from the viewers, we have a few questions that we have for you. Now,
Okay.
so first question is, many of us here are not parents or not parents yet, or we don't have children yet. So how do we start now to ensure that we spread the word, or in ensuring that child development and paying attention to child reading, is something that new parents or people around us are taking cognizance of?
Mm-hmm. I think one thing I would say would be for us to definitely start reading now. Definitely start reading now. I know we're talking about 3-year-olds reading, but we ourselves as future parents need to start reading about these things now. There are different styles of learning for children, and one of the hot topics now is Montessori style learning, where you are teaching your child to somehow be independent from a young age. If you don't read about those things, you won't know about them. So one thing I can advise us to do is to start reading about them now. If it's not a physical book, go online. There are articles for you to read. If it's not an article, if articles are too boring for you, Instagram is there. You have educators on all social media platforms now. Go on their pages, read their posts, read their captions, or watch their videos as well. You can watch YouTube videos on this, but start learning about different things. Learn about the different styles of teaching, the different styles of learning. Also learn about the different types of children. So when I say types of children, or rather types of learners as well, fast learners, slow learners, um, learners that need visual learners. You have visual learners, you have audio learners. Learn about the different types of learners and how it affects children. Also be aware of different learning disabilities and difficulties. So some children um, have learning difficulties, maybe for example dyslexia, which is struggling to count, struggling to read, dyscalculia, which is struggling to count or to understand numbers. Also some children are also on the spectrum, so in this case autism, and so it's difficult for them to read, it's difficult for them to understand. And if we gather all this information, the main point of it is that all children are different. So do yourself, and if you're a parent or a future parent that plans to have more than one child, every single one of your child will be different. So the best way that you can set yourself up for success is if you learn about the different types of learning, the different learners as well, so that when you do start having children, you understand, whatever child it is that God gives you, you understand how to teach them, you understand their skills, you understand their preferences and their learning styles. I hope that has answered your question.
Oh yes, yes. Thank you so much, Ifeoma. One other thing you mentioned that we take away internet, or we don't like expose young children to the internet often. But at the same time, there's a general consensus that um, something that you hide from them, they will learn it outside, and then there's danger that they will learn the bad side, and then there's the adverse effect is what they've exposed to at first. So where do you think is the balance for that in not exposing them to the internet and ensuring that they don't go get the wrong stuff outside?
That's a very good question. I think I'll need to answer that question. I'll answer the question in two ways, and I'll answer it firstly from my religious point of view, because I base a lot of things that I do based on my religion. So I'm a Christian. So if you're also a Christian, I feel like you'll be able to relate. I think the line in this case would be the center of everything. So if at home a parent, you teach your children manners, you teach your children, speak to your elders this way, you control the type of media that your child watches at home, and then they go out and they receive something else, the line will be, at the end of the day, what they choose to follow. Yes, you have planted the seed, you have planted the morals and the values inside of them, but at the end of the day, the child will want to do what they want to do, and the child will want to follow what they want to follow. So they've received two types of information. It will be up to them to choose what information they choose to go with for the rest of their life. But from a religious point of view, I think that is where God comes in, or the God factor comes in, or the Holy Spirit factor comes in, because if you are a religious person and you teach your children the concept of the Holy Spirit, and they're in an environment where they're not on where it isn't unknown to them, when they do reach that point at where they are at a crossroad, where they're unsure of what media it is or what information they've received, do they want to stick with, I think that is where the God factor comes in, because he blurs that line and he will help them realize that actually this is the right thing to do. So whether or not mommy has told you this, or daddy has told you this, or the world has told you this, this is the right thing, this is the right information, this is the right way to live. But on the other side of it, so outside of religion, I think where the line is, I think it's basically the same thing. Where the line is whatever that person believes to be right, and whatever it is that person has been exposed to the most, So if at home, whatever it is they're exposed to and the media they receive, they watch at home is not necessarily the best, and they go out and whatever it is they receive out there is somehow good, what they believe is best. So I'm not saying that, all your efforts as a future parent will be in vain. But what I am saying is that your children will end up making that decision. So the best thing you can do for them is just to plant good seeds, control the media that you watch at home. It's not every music that is played out there that should enter your home. Yes, they'll still hear it, but let it not be the norm. We know that we live in a world where things are different, things are scary, a lot of things are changing. So just control what you can. They will still hear what it is, they will still receive whatever information that is out there. But I think my point is just do your best and leave the rest to God. I hope that
All
answered
right.
the question.
Yes, yes, that was very helpful. Thank you so much again, Ifoma. So I think one last question before we call it
Hello. Okay. I can't. Host, I can't see you anymore.
Start talking about taking their children to school.
I don't know if it's my network, but I can't see our host anymore. Someone just let me know if it's just me. Um, I think maybe while we wait, because I really can't.
Yeah,
I can't.
apologies for that.
Okay, you're here. Okay, okay. Welcome back. Welcome back. I don't know if there's network issues. If you can, if in the comment section, if you can hear me, please just indicate. The network is a bit. I understand that. I understand that. If it's okay with you, can I answer the question in the comment section, or you can also put the host. You can put the question in the comment section so um I can answer it from here if you prefer. Okay, the comments can hear me. Okay, so Lagos Money Week host, if the network is a bit iffy, then put the question in the comment section so I can answer that for you. So I'll read the question in the chat. It says, people who weren't privileged to be in school in Lagos, where we get teachers who speak pidgin and their parents come from the village, how can they grow to speak phonics fluently without using pidgin? That is a very good question. And I actually thought about that while I was preparing for this, children who don't have access to sometimes even well-trained teachers as well. I think, I mean, I wouldn't say, how will I answer this question? Get teachers to speak pidgin and their parent come from the village. How can they grow to speak phonics fluently without using pidgin? I mean, if I'll use myself as a personal example, or I'll put myself in this situation. If I were in that situation, I wouldn't. My main focus wouldn't be to speak phonics fluently. I think I would have other things to focus on. Getting an education, doing well for myself would be the main focus. But if my focus was to speak phonics fluently, then whatever information or whatever information I had access to, I would try and implement that. I would try and implement that. So I don't know what a village setting would be like, but if they have access to either cyber cafes or somewhere where they have access to the internet, accessing online platforms where they can learn phonics would be best. But if that is something that they can't do, I think learning phonics shouldn't be the first their main objective. But um I would say just learning in general should be their main objective, not necessarily speaking phonics. But when they do get older, if that is something that they still want to do, then they should definitely, try their best, go out of their way to access information, access platforms where they can learn. If you have access to YouTube, they can watch videos, they can mimic, the person speaking and copy it from there and copy them from there. But for a child, I wouldn't say a child who is in that setting for this question should focus on speaking phonics. If they're going to school and they're learning, you said the teachers who speak pidgin and their parents come from the village. If you have teachers that are speaking pidgin and pidgin is what they'll be learning in school, then I don't really know. Maybe it was something that they will need to look into in their adult life, in their adulthood rather, and not necessarily in their childhood. If their teachers are speaking pidgin, I don't know if that answered that person's question. Well, okay, welcome back, host.
Yeah, thank you. Apologies, my network went out for a while.
That's
All
okay.
right. Yes, so I was asking that what age would you recommend that parents start thinking about enrolling their children in school? What should be the standard age?
Good question. If I'm correct, I think in Nigeria it's kindergarten, then nursery, then primary, then high school. Am I correct? Okay.
Yes, you
Over
are.
here, yes. But over here, they take away the kindergarten, so it's just nursery, primary, and then secondary and higher education. Nursery here starts by. I'm not comparing. I'm just trying to put two and two together. Nursery here starts by 4. So nursery here starts by 3 or 4, because they expect by then your child should be potty trained, or they should be able to ask or speak up when they need to use the bathroom. They also, by then, they also expect your child to be able to speak, ask for help, speak up when they're hungry, when they're thirsty, and have good, at least a little bit of communication skills or social skills where they can interact and with people, with different people from different backgrounds. So that's for age 3 to 4. So I would advise parents to send their children to school around that age 3 to 4. That is if you do the right thing at home. So if you teach your child, if you're reading to your child at home, if you're speaking to them, not speaking to them in the baby language, but speaking to them, as human beings, speaking to them properly, engaging with them, engaging in their play, with their learning. If you do the right things at home, obviously potty training them as well. By the time they go to school, you are setting them up. Um, Someone says, once you stand in Nigeria, you're going to school. I know. My brother started school when he was one. When he was one. But the argument, and the school were really reluctant on doing that. But the argument in his case was that he had a comprehension of the alphabets and numbers, and he could write them to a certain extent. So that was the only argument, and that was the only reason why they let him in. If not, I wouldn't advise a 1-year-old going to school, because it was up to me, a student, just in the other building, having to come down and start cleaning him up and everything, because he was still a baby. He didn't know, he didn't have some other skills. So I would advise parents to send their children to school at age 3 to 4, simply because we expect by then that they have some certain skills that will help them once they are in that environment as well. And Precious says, but some parents that work take them more earlier than 6 months to crash. Yes, so that was my case. I was in crèche once my mom was out of maternity leave, because it was just me and it was just her, a new mom, and she had to go back to work immediately, which is that's completely fine. I mean, there's no, in that case, the parent doesn't have a choice. But school, when I say school meaning education, as in that child, once they want education, and education also meaning that they're in an environment where they are being examined, so exams, an environment where they're getting tests, an environment where they're getting homework. If you're going to put your child in that system, they should be at least 3 or 4 years old, not one, not two. Even three self is a push. Three is if that child is exceptionally advanced, but four, I would say, would be the main age. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, E-Former. One other thing, one last question. I know I said the last one was the last one, but this is the original last one. So,
No
right,
worries.
the theme for Lagos Money Week is Agents of Global Transformation. How important do you think child education or early child education is for global transformation?
Oh, it's very, very important. Very important. It's it's like it's one of the most important things, I would say. Agents, children are our future. Children are the leaders of tomorrow. They are the ones that will be looking after us once we are old and we can't lead in society anymore. Starting starting early literacy now just means you are setting them up for success. We underestimate children. That's one thing we do. We think children are children. They are children, but there are some cases where if you are intentional about what you are teaching that child, it will reflect when that child is older. A great example would be David Atcham. David Atcham mentioned in the comments that he started reading about money when he was 5 years old. And look at him now, teaching us about money, giving us a platform to come and learn about finances and how to control it and how to grow it and multiply it and also to sustain it. So that is just evidence that early literacy from a young age has a big effect in the future. So if you want our children to be global, to make global change, to be global, to change the world globally, or rather, early literacy, very, very important. Start it now. Start it now. Don't be shy. Let's be creative about the skills we teach our children. Money, teach them about different cultures, teach them about different countries, teach them about different styles of learning. Some things that you are passionate about, teach your children about them. Don't think a 5-year-old or a 6-year-old won't understand the concept of coding just because they are 5 and 6. Teach them those skills. Don't think, again, a 5-year-old won't understand money. Don't assume. Teach them first. If that child doesn't understand it, great. They will understand it in the future. Just like when you read a book that is above your reading skill at a certain age, if you end up reading that book years later, you understand and learn things that you didn't learn the first time that you read that book. So I think that's just that. I think that would be my answer. Thank you.
All right, thank you, thank you so much, Ifoma. It was amazing session with you. Thank you for exposing us to that truth and for reminding us of the need to take child education very seriously. We at Lagos Money Week are very grateful for your presence. It was a
Thank you
very
so much.
beautiful one. Thank you, thank you,
Thank you for
thank you.
having me. Thank you everyone for interacting with me. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. I hope that we've really, really learned from this. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you to Ayo and Precious for interacting as well. You guys are the
Yeah,
MVPs.
thank you. Can we give them some sort of prize? Like they need code Fantan, like because they really, really tried.
David Attenborough is capable. I'm very sure about that. He has them noted. So on Saturday as a physical event, Precious and I, David Attenborough has something for you. All
Yes,
right.
thank
Thank you again. Thank you again, Ifoma. Thank you. It was nice having you. All right. Thank you, everyone. Thank you so much for being a part of this session. It was a very insightful one. And I know that some of us are not parents, many of us are not parents, but we have brothers, we have siblings, we have people around us. That's how change is effected. That we start from the little and then go to the large. We must understand that in as much as we want to make change, it might be gradual, but it's going to be worth it eventually. So keep spreading the word, ensure that people and children are taught accurately. Some of us, the schools that we went to, is Yoruba, they used to teach you, PJ in your native language. We have to break the norm, all right? We have to break the bias. We have to break the bias, yes. Then that you are in a background should not put your back on the ground, all right? That you are schooling in Ipaja should not mean that you think like an Ipaja man. That you're schooling in Ibadan should not mean that you you're giving birth or to living in such environments should not mean that your pattern of thinking is modeled after the environmental norm. All right, so let's spread the word that children should be taught rightly because they are the future of tomorrow, and we don't want that our future is kept in the hands of a Ibadan speaking accent child. So yes, let's do better. Let's do better. Let's break the norm as we're agents of global transformation. Oh, sorry. The rest of you, it's just Ayo and Precious that I recognize. The rest of you, don't worry. Next session, you can do better. Engage and recognize you as well. All right. Yes. So thank you guys. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. So our last speaker, Pastor Lanre Oyegbola, would not be available as he is currently um, en route, so is currently on a flight, and we might not be able to maximize um, speaking with him because of network and other interference that might happen along the line. So we have to postpone that session, and the time that we fixed at the time that we chosen will be communicated to each and every one of us via our social media platforms. So please stay tuned to our Instagram, Twitter, and other social media platforms as the rescheduled time for the session with Lanre Oyegbola would be communicated. Please, it's an important session that you do not want to miss. Lanre Oyegbola is the MD of Averse Africa, and he has a lot that he's going to be talking about, concerning ideation. So yes, but yes, thank you for all the MVPs that have stayed true and have stayed. Please a moment. Yes, sorry about that. Yeah, thank you to all the MVPs that have stayed and endured and stayed to learn to become transformed into agents of global transformation. We've come to the end of today's session. We'll see you tomorrow, same time at 12 p.m. as we resume. And if the session with Larry Ebola will be rescheduled before that, we'll be communicated again via our social media platforms. Thank you, everyone. Thank you. Come on, if you're still here with me, let me see some fire emojis as we, take a bow out of today's session and see you tomorrow, day three. Remember, it's a week program, Lagos Money Week, so all the week. We bombarded Lagos on Saturday, remember, in Lag Sports Center. And it's going to be an amazing time. Yes. So I have good news, guys. Bringing you good news from the throne of grace. All right. So we just got information that um, Pastor Lanre Oyegbola has landed and he'll be joining us in a few minutes. All right. So for your first that have left the call, reach out to them, send them a message, send them the link again, and tell them that Lanre Oyegbola is joining us in a few minutes. Now I'm saying this again and again. This is one session that you do not want to miss. This is not one session. If you're into business, if you're doing anything business related, if you're looking to break into business, if you have one idea that you want to see how far we can go, or you want to break into a particular market, you want to see something do really well, you have this particular idea, you don't know how to start, you don't know where to begin, or you're looking how to maximize and make the best money from it. This is one session that you don't want to miss. Larry Oyebola will be talking about from ideation to commercialization, bridging the gap from taking that $1 million idea that you're confident that you have and making it, the multi-billion dollar investment or the multi-billion dollar firm um, that you envision for the idea. So this is one session that I'm saying over and over again. You don't want to miss. So please join us, join. Um, Send out the invite, send out the link. This is one session. Tell them. I mean, everybody should have been done. This is 3 past 3, so everybody's back from work. Nobody's doing anything. This is something that they don't want to miss. Day 3, Lanre Olatunji is joining us in about 5 minutes from now. It's coming in. It's coming in. Share the link, guys. Share the link, guys. Keep sharing. Keep sharing. Even if um they are your enemies, share it. Share it. Share it. Come in just a minute. Yes, welcome, welcome, guys. Welcome, everyone. Welcome. So, like earlier announced, Mr. Lanre Oyegbola will be joining us today, and we're having the session just in a few minutes. Just in a few minutes. But before we go and have Mr. Lanre Oyegbola, we're going to have the convener and the host of Lagos Money Week, so that he just tells us a little bit about what we're going to be expecting at the physical event on Saturday at the Unilag Sport Complex. So we'll have Mr. David Acham, the man that started reading at 5 years. All right. So you know that 5 years to whatever age he is now is a long time for someone to have gained, amass a lot of knowledge and information about how to make money. He started reading money books since he was five. All right. So yes, um, join me as we welcome David Atcham as we speak about what to expect on Saturday at the Lagos Money Week physical event. Mr. David, are you here with us? Mr. David. All right, as he's joining us, please continuously send the link. Yes, see Mr. David Action, the founder, host, the money man himself for Lagos Money Week. It's a pleasure to have you here, David Action. We can't hear you. Please confirm that your
Oh,
audio
can you
is
hear me
working.
now?
Oh yes, we can absolutely.
Oh wow. Oh wow. Oh wow. Oh wow. Oh wow. It's good to be. I've been watching everything going on. I'm like, okay, okay, okay. Nice,
See the
nice,
emoji
nice.
coming in.
Turn.
Come, keep it coming, keep it coming. We have Action that is on the
Oh
call.
wow. Wow. This is time for energy. So if you're not energetic on this call, I'm gonna leave. And I'm not offended with you. You're not gonna be offended with me, but I'm going to leave. If I don't see a lot of fire emojis, if I don't see the energy, I'm sadly gonna leave. All right. So let me see the energy. Let me see the energy. Let me see the energy everywhere. Everywhere. Let me see. Let me see the energy right now. Let me see the energy everywhere. Let me see the energy everywhere. Let me see the energy everywhere. Show me those fire emojis.
The
Show
good
me those
vibe.
fire emojis. Good vibes. No bad energy, man. No bad energy, man. Good vibes only. Good vibes only. Good vibes only. Let me see the energy everywhere. 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 If not, I'll have to leave this call. And it's not a threat, though. It's not a threat. I'm only telling you because energy um is like life in life your results are a product of the energy level you are on at that time.
Word, sir.
The energy level you are on. If you're unable to produce a result, it means you're not at that energy level. So you need to up your energy a little bit more. Up your energy a little bit more. Oh wow. Oh wow.
Yeah. So, Mr. David, it's good to have you here. I see that you are giving off the money week spirit. It's good to have you here. Good to have you here.
Yeah, too.
Good to have
It's
you here. Thank you for being one of the agents of global transformation that we have and for bringing this opportunity to young ones like you so that every one of us can, work on the journey to global transformation. So, I mean, before we talk about Saturday, let us know. For the few of us that are here, give us the expo, give us the secrets to, talking about Lagos Money Week and, the idea, the vision. What is it for you?
so yesterday I shared a little bit of it. A little bit of it, right? I'll go in depth today. So um Lagos Money Week pretty much is beyond just a conference. I'm not even going to lie to you guys. It's way beyond a conference. We're trying to form a system where people can go from nothing to something. We are trying to form a system where people can go from being nobodies to somebodies without having to know everybody. You understand?
Hmm.
So,
Yes,
to
that's true.
cut through that curve, we have to ensure that we give them access to premium information, give them access to premium people, give them access to premium places. So if you observe everything, it's around that light, that just that line. We're trying to give people access to premium information, giving people access to premium people, giving people access to premium places. I believe that if you can get access to all of these three things, then it cuts your learning curve by half, way, way, way beyond half. If you can get access to all of these things. So that's what we do at
Wow.
Lagos Money, and it's beyond the conference. After the conference, you guys are ready for fire. Just make sure you stay close to your emails because I'm personally ensuring that those emails are sent because that's how I want to reach out to you guys. I found out that WhatsApp is too clouded for me. I'm not even going to lie to you guys. I can't cope there. But via emails, I can cope. And then we have a very solid team at the back end, ensuring that responses are sent to every email that we receive, both as a company and as Lagos Money Week conference in quotes. All right. So stay close. We're gonna have mentorship programs afterwards. We're gonna bring the high and mighty on a short Zoom call like this to speak with you. Imagine being in the same Zoom call with Ifeoma Otedola. Imagine being in the same Zoom call with a Dangote Aliko. Imagine being in the same Zoom call with a Sheyi Tunumbu. Imagine being in the same Zoom call with a Pastor Leke Adeboye. Imagine being in the same Zoom call with the high and mighty. And that's what we're going to ensure is done after the event. We're going to make it every week, minimum every week. We're not launching immediately after the event, but we'll look for a good date to launch that weekly mentorship program. We're going to look for a time to launch it. And you're going to benefit from all of this because it's beyond the talks. You ask them questions, you get clarity. Oh my God. All of this premium information, and it's still for free, man. It's still for free. Lagos Money Week can only give you that. You can't get it anywhere else. I assure you, you can't
Yeah,
get it anywhere else. So if you're excited, I want you to write thank you in the chat box. Thank you, thank you, thank you in the chat box. I'm waiting to see them.
yeah. Please keep the thank yous coming. Keep the thank yous coming. Lagos Funny Weeks is really really something that we are proud of in this generation. Speaking of the theme, it says agent of global transformation, and we must understand that transformation is present continuous tense. So all of these things that you're putting in place to ensure that we continue, it doesn't just stop at the week. It doesn't stop from 23rd to 29th of October, but then it continues. Yes, I mean that's very profound. And, you mentioned something. You spoke about bringing high network individuals for people to learn of. So I'm wondering, I mean, how is it that you're able to reach out to these people? Because I know that these guys are very busy guys, and it just shows that high network individuals will connect with high network individuals. But can you just give us a little bit of the secret of how to connect with these people, and so that they see you as someone of value, and then you can respond to as well? Because I mean, for example, Lagos Money Week is clouded with a lot of value in terms of people, in terms of wisdom, in terms of experience. So how is it possible that we can reach out to these guys as well as you are doing flawlessly?
Okay. So my mentor told me this. When I say my mentor, I'm talking about Pastor Liki Adeboye. He told me this. He said, and this is 2021. He told me. All right. So he said, focus on yourself. Focus on how much you can efficiently, or how much more efficiently you can carry out an action. Focus on being the best version of yourself. Ignore the noise. If you do your own path of the work long enough, those people you are looking forward to meeting, they're also looking forward to meeting you. I'm like,
Hmm.
oh, meaning
Valid,
I've been
valid.
chasing them, and so they are running away.
Hmm.
Also attract them. It's the same with money. It's the same with money. I see many people chasing after the bag. They're pushing them away. Do you
Shake
understand?
the table. Shake it.
Oh wow! Oh wow! Oh wow! My mentor just joined us. Pastor Lanre Oyegbola is here. Oh wow! I have to keep quiet at this point. I really have to keep quiet so we can have him speak with us. And maybe when he's done, I'll continue what I'm saying. But I have to just focus on building myself and being of value to these great individuals and never disrespect their privacy. You understand? I see people trying to text their mentors late at night. No, these people are busy. Don't go to their DM at such hours. You are you
Hmm.
are you are bugging them, except they grant you permission by first coming to meet you. If they didn't come and meet you, don't go to their DMs after a particular time, maybe 8 p.m., maybe 9 p.m. It really doesn't matter. But just make sure you keep it simple, keep it private, keep it professional. All right. Focus on building. It doesn't matter the product you have or the service you're offering. Just do it more efficiently every single time, better than you did it the last time. Do it better than you did it the last time, and you see so much transformation. You see these great people that you're looking forward to being their mentees. They also look forward to mentoring you. That's what I learned so far, and thank God for my mentor, Pastor Leke, that helped me with such premium information in 2021, and it completely changed my life. I hope that helps.
Thank you so much, David Acham. Thank you so much. So, yeah, here he is, ladies and gentlemen, agents of global transformation. We have David Acham, the founder and host, Lagos Money Week. Thank you. It was good
Okay,
having
I'll have
you.
to leave now. My mentor is here, please. I will have to leave
Yeah,
now.
yeah,
Pastor
no
Larry, was
problem.
super.
Yes, speaking of high network individuals, we have one of them in our midst. We have Pastor Larry Oyegbola. He is a seasoned professional with extensive experience, a certified marketer, and a successful business tycoon. He's a father, he's a mentor, and an advocate for youthful development and growth. and he has taken out his time to be here at Lagos Money Week 2023. We mentioned earlier that he was on a flight and just landed, and the first thing he's doing is joining us to give value. That's to show that he's a man after creation and multiplication of value. Pastor Larry is a graduate of the prestigious University of Lagos, where he studied marketing. So if you're repping in lag, you have somebody from in lag that is keeping the flag flying. Yes, he's also a graduate of University of Liverpool, where he has a master's degrees in global marketing. He also has a degree from the Lagos Business School, Pan Atlantic University. So we're excited to have Pastor Larry Oyegbola Shoribo. And he's also fondly referred to as LOS. Yes, it's a pleasure to have you here, sir. Thank you so much for joining us at the Lagos Money Week 2023. Good to have you, sir.
All right. I believe it's evening in Lagos, Nigeria, and if you are like
Yes,
me, you are in a different time zone. There's evening. So whichever time zone you are, good day. I guess that works. My apologies for joining late. I just got off the plane after about 13 hours of flying into Qatar. And I have to also get going in a few minutes, but I just trust that these few minutes will be worthwhile for somebody. Thank you very much for having me. Thank you for the kind introductions. Um, so I'm not a tycoon, business tycoon yet. I am praying that God will make me one shortly, very soon. Um, so I'm here to share quickly. How do you take your thoughts? Uh, so I would say first your thoughts to ideation and then to commercialization. And what I would do is simply to share a bit of my own personal story. Why am I going to do that? I'm doing that because I read a book some 25 or nearly some 25 years ago. And in that book, I saw it's the book is you can actually try and look at it up on the internet. It's the 21 secrets of successful people, not highly effective or any of those people. I mean, when you talk about successful people, um, 21 of their secrets. What are the things? And one of the things that I saw that caught my attention the most is that for you to know how the path to success is to listen to the stories of successful people. As in, when you find those who are kind enough to tell their stories, I mean, forget all the principles and everything, just their own life encounters would be good enough for anyone because there you will find the genuineness of how they've been able to navigate. So that's why I'm going to be trying to relate, particularly from my personal experience, because the one of the secrets of successful people is their stories. Um, so I haven't worked for quite a number of years. Uh, I decided at some point that I was going to start um, a firm. I was going to start, practically, I'm in marketing advertising, that I was going to start an advertising agency. That was in 2015. Um, Before 2015, I was practically supporting people's ideas and thoughts as an employee. And I had the benefit and the privilege, by the help of God, to rise to a very senior position in management, a C-suite executive, where um, at some point I was overseeing three markets in Africa, Nigeria, Gambia, and Ghana, as group executive director, and everything was good. And that's the honest truth. Within a space of 7 years, I had two brand new vehicles, which were official vehicles. I had it. Chauffeur driven. I had all kind of packages that everyone would like to have. Travel anywhere and all of that. And then I decided to translate my thoughts to an idea, which is start a firm that will be my setup. But then this was a thought, and the first thing I had to do was to sit with somebody who I believe is already on the path of what I wanted to do. So maybe you want to start making notes. When you have a thought in your head, before it becomes an idea, it's important to identify someone who is already in that path. There is absolutely nothing that is new under is that there are new approaches. Okay, somebody will have gone through that path before. Somebody will have done it before. So I sat down with this friend of mine who we had worked together before, who believes that I have value, who I also believe that he has a lot of value. So we had thoughts, we exchanged ideas, and then we moved that thought to processing it into a structure. Any idea that you, whatever you call an idea and doesn't have a structure, is only a thought in your head. So let me give an example. A lot of young people will say, I'm working on an idea, and um, they have not even figured out what structure will carry that idea, what structure will power that idea. And so they, and then some even go further to the first thing they want to do is to create a website, create social media pages, and all of that. Those things are not bad. But you see, at the end of the day, when I'm done with my story, you probably will see the gaps. The thought going into an idea will start with a structure. So, what is the structure? You need to be able to establish a business case around your thoughts. In my instance, it was setting up an advertising agency. What is the business case? You need to be a professional in that sector. You need to have a registered office, a registered business. You need to create a profile and then go from there. So that will become the business case for reference. If anyone wants to say we want to engage with you, they need to be able to engage with not just Lanre Olatunji, but they have to engage with an entity. So when you have a thought and you're trying to translate that thought to an idea, if it begins and ends with you, one of the conversations I had with David when we first met, maybe some 3 or 4 years ago, or maybe I think so, was I mean, you have great ideas, but if everything is about you, David, then it's not yet going to get to an idea because the end game is commercialization, and you soon understand why the structure is extremely important. So having done that, part of the things that then happen in that structure is that you need to get somebody who is going to what's the accounting process, who is going to keep your books, the bookkeeping. All right. So structure, entity, which means you have to find a way to register it, not as a business name, because a business name will become limited at the point of commercialization. It has to be a limited liability company. You have to take it to the point where somebody, what are the governing corporate governance structures that you need? You need to set up, no matter how loose it is, a board of director. You need to have an auditor, a company secretary. All of those things you need to tick out in your box, and then you need to then go ahead, and then now your thought is no more just in your head. It is now something you can lay hold on as a structure, and then you start to put your ideas into the process. Whatever you want to do, you are creating the product. Is it uh, an related product? Is it a physical, tangible product? Is it a service? In my case, it was a service, so it's not tangible. So, what are the elements of service marketing that you need? All the things I talked about are very important. Uh, then, what are the tangible things that they need to be able to touch? You need to see that I have a letterhead. You need to see that there's a website. You need to see that there is a team. All of these are the structure that helps to power your idea, and then you eventually then have the idea, and then you start going out to market your idea, to sell your idea. In the case of a service organization, I have to ensure that I write letters. So I was writing letters to everybody that I know. I was making what you call cold calls to people by sending them DMs in their LinkedIn pages telling them I just open up an advertising firm XYZ and hoping that somebody somehow will send me an email, an invitation, and I can go and share what I have in terms of ideas or how I can provide something. And then graciously, we got a few contacts from Unilever. I work on LinkedIn, and then like that, a few stuff like that. So that helps to build some level of credential. Now, at the level where you're translating your thoughts to an idea, you must be ready to delay your gratification. It is not the time to go and buy a big car. It is not the time to get a big office. It is not the time for those big stuff that you really, really would want to do. It is a time of sacrifice, all right? It is a time of tightening your belt. It is a time where you have to ensure that you may not be earning, and please make a note of this. You may not be earning at all. You may not be paying yourself a salary. You may not have the cash, but in your accounting, there must be uh, a package. In fact, you write yourself an employment letter. You put in your employment letter the packages. Oh, you will earn X amount in a year, which translates to X amount monthly. This will be your leave allowance. This will be because at commercialization will rely heavily on historical data. And if you don't have any historical data, you can never commercialize. All right. It will be tough to commercialize any idea that lacks historical data. And historical data is built heavily on your governing structure, your accounting process, your legal processes. Even if it's two of you that are coming together, have a meeting, document that meeting, get somebody, a young person like yourself who is a lawyer, let the person be your company secretary. Write the minutes of the meeting, file it. Minutes, we had this meeting this day, XYZ, these are the action points. File it. Keep filing those because at the point of commercialization, you have to refer to all those documents. You have to refer to all those documents. All right. All right. So let me fast track again because of time, because I need to catch up with the next flight. Um, then you now have an idea. Your idea can be a product, a physical product, it can be a technological product, or it can be a service. All right. Now, you then have to ensure that you keep pushing this product, create visibility for it. Not just about visibility, you need to create financial transactions around it. Okay, what do I mean by that? You can't just say, have a product, people know about it, but there's no transaction. Okay, so there has to be transaction. You have to ensure that people are engaging the service, or they are buying the product, or they are using the product, and there's a level of traction that is on it. Okay, because when I talk about the historical data, at the point of commercialization, one of the things that those who want to get involved with you will look at is that how much have you done by yourself? Okay, why are you commercializing? You are commercializing because you want to scale. Okay, you want to be able to service more people, you want to be able to increase your share value, and you want to be able to increase your profitability at the end of the day. And all of those indices hinge on having more people to service and making more money. Okay. And if you are not yet at the level where you have reached a breaking limit, meaning that you stretch yourself, nobody will come and help you. Until you have gotten to the point where there's a bit of a stretch. Okay, so now you have people who are engaging with your service, you're documenting everything. The trap that a lot of young people fall into is that you get into this mindset and say, oh, Nigeria, they will start asking me for tax. So if I want to pay David now, and David says, you've used our service, you want to pay me, and he sends me his personal account. I used to pay, but lately I refrain from that. I'm not going to deal with you because you are not a corporate entity. The reason is very simple. On my side as a business, I cannot withhold tax. I cannot do withholding tax because on your side, you are not paying VAT. And what that translates to is that everything you do and it rests on your person will not be able to get to level where you scale. Nobody will scale a business that starts and ends with you. It's not an entity. Even if some of you go and register a business name, then you'll be collecting money into your personal account. You can never commercialize, no matter how successful that idea is, no matter how good that product is, it will be tough for you to commercialize that product because it will lack the corporate governance structures that is required for you to be able to take the business to another level. So let me fast track with my story. So I started, and then it was so God was so gracious. Structures were in place. All the things that needed to be done was done. And then 2 years down the line, from 2015, 2016 to 2018 to 2018, we then eventually get to start talking with some foreigners, some international networks, and then they became very interested in the business. And we had historical data. Long story cut short, 2017, 2018, we had them invest in the business, got some level of equity. What that does is that it puts our local business that we started in Nigeria on the global map immediately. We became part of the fourth largest communication network in the world, with offices in more than 150 countries, with client network of the biggest brands that you can ever think about, from Emirates to British Airways, South African Airways, in fact, from the aviation sector, um, um, you know, so major businesses fashion brands, telecom space, and all of that. So what does that mean? You need the structure. You need to delay your gratification. You need to build historical data. You need solid governance process to be able to solidify your thoughts into the idea, and the idea has to be supported and be made ready for scale, for commercialization into the future. And so today, that which began in Nigeria with an expanded scope, I'm now managing director for Nigeria and Ghana. We don't know what's going to happen next. But the truth of the matter is, right now, the business is at a significant level where we now sit with, have, and I can mention a couple of brands and maybe quite a number of you are using. Glovo is one of our clients. It made sense to approach Glovo and to win the global business in 9 African markets because we are part of a global network. InDrive is part of our client network. It made sense for that to happen because we're part of a global network. And that's the level of commercialization, okay? Um, in my space, I mean, whichever you look at it, some other people will say, oh, we got funding. And then that's what you see as commercial. Even to get funding, you need to build all the things I've talked about. You need a system, you need a process, you need the entity, you need the governance structure, you need the historical data for you to be able to establish funding. I mean, some people say when you are talking about just your thoughts or an idea, somebody pops in $1,000, 2,000, $5,000, $10,000. All of those things are things that are meant to help you build the things I've talked about. When you begin to get to Series A funding, Series B funding, and all of that, that I've seen with a couple of my friends who are in that tech space, for example, if you don't have all the things I talked about, you become a mirage and you just go about, and I see quite a lot of young people, this tech week, that one, I have this, I have that. Everybody's incubating stuff. But the truth of the matter is that your idea to commercialization require the discipline of those factors that I talked about. I just go over them quickly once again. Number one, it cannot be just you and you alone. You need to build a system. And that's why you find that some people, if you talk about stories of those who have become inventors, you hear they say that the idea is uh, Mark Job's idea, but he brought in somebody. Okay, you hear that it was Mark Zuckerberg's idea, but he brought in somebody. You need to know that everything that begins and starts with, ends and starts with you, can never get to commercialization because people will become careful. If they have to deal with just you and you alone, it becomes tough. Okay, in some instances, when they want to invest in you, they want to be sure that you are the one that has a significant majority. So when you are bringing people in, I'm not saying bring them in and they have more than you. The reason is that it is you they want to buy. You are the one who carries the idea. You are the one who have the ingenuity. So they are investing in you to be able to translate that business into commercial success. So it's important for you to do all of that. Because of time, I'm so sorry. This will be much that I can talk about for now. I'm sure there's a physical event, and I am trusting God I'll be able to attend. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Wow, thank you so much, Mr. Larry. Thank you for that very, very insightful, short but very powerful and straight to the point. I'm sure that for everyone that have listened, will take some things and understand that there are certain things that are important and that certain things should come in other sequence if you're looking to, grow your business from idealization to commercialization. I know because of your time, we will not be able to take questions and probably at a physical
No, I
event,
can
we'll
take I
be able
can take one or two
all right, all
questions.
right.
I mean, but it has to be questions that are relative to what we one or two, and we can be done. Yeah.
All right. Thank you so much, sir. So yeah, I think we had already had one question. So the person wanted to find out how important is funding for to move from idealization to commercialization. How important is funding? Should that be the focus? After idealization, before you move to commercialization, should funding be the next step?
Like I talk about, funding will be a mirage. I have been in many hackathon sessions. I've been in many pitches where people come to pitch ideas. All right. I keep saying to you, you can have the idea that looks good on paper. I have more than four initiatives that have been created. Until you have historical data, nobody will throw funds at you. So it will be a mirage forever. Okay. Everything you hear that, oh, this person has raised this, that person has raised that, they have historical data. That's why if you understand the concept of moving from freemiums to premium, all right, I don't want to get too theoretical here. So you have to be able to offer your idea at a certain level to generate significant traction, all right, where people use your thought, use your idea, use your platform, or whatever it is. That's why I'm not to say, is it a tech or whatever. If it's a service, you can't do a freemium. Do you understand what I'm saying? But you can
Yes.
cut back on profit. Okay, if it's a service, you cut back on profit. You are not profit focused. So all you want at that point is that you want to be able to have people sign you on to provide that service so that you can show traction that say, oh, when I told you that I work for Unilever, you didn't ask what I was doing. Now maybe I was washing the floor for Unilever, but I work for Unilever. I worked on a very big brand. Unilever Lipton is one of their global brands. So when I'm talking to that global entity that came to invest, and it says that I work for Unilever, I work for Lipton, I work for Bacardi Martini, I work on Duce, so they won't see you like, oh yeah, you are a new company, 2 years, from conception, but you seem to have done something good for yourself. When they look at profit, you can explain it. I say, I have to take a cutback. I have to be more cost efficient. I have to undercut the market. The market charges 10 naira. I'm charging 6 naira because I want to do it, a
Yes.
cutthroat marketing strategy to be able to do the initial penetration. So, but issues of funding that I found that with a lot of young people just think first about money, it will be a mirage forever. All right. There are things, if you do the right things, money will follow you. Okay. If you keep chasing money, those who chase money never get money. Those who do the right things, it is money that will be knocking on your door. Money will be looking for you. Okay.
All right. Thank you so much, sir, for that very, very insightful response. Now, final
Yeah.
question is on the journey to gathering market data, as it were, how do you avoid exploitation or, cases of stolen ideas? On the journey to ensure gathering traction, how do you avoid, being exploited or, your idea stolen?
The truth of the matter is this: nobody can steal your idea. I'm a very big advocate of that. Okay, I shared the thought with some people, and I'd like you guys to go look it up on the internet. I shared a thought, a concept, yeah, about any job. All right, meaning that how do we um, ensure that people can exchange idle time for value. All right. When I say value, I don't want to say money, but essentially money. So your idle time, how can you translate it to earnings? Okay. They created a concept of money job. And in the process of sharing it with people, somebody went to register the business somewhere in Abuja. I don't know the person. But the truth of the matter is this, he will not understand the full extent of it because you see, every time you share your idea with somebody, you are practically not sharing up to 40% of what is in the inside of it. Even you, who God had allowed to conceive of that initial thought, okay, as you journey into it, you begin to see more things, more challenges, more prospects, more opportunities as you go further into it. So never be afraid to share your idea, okay? Never ever be afraid to share your idea. it is the fear of, oh, somebody will steal it, will limit you from even being able to buy the idea. What did I start with? I said learn from the stories of people. When I had the thought of starting an agency, who did I went to? I sat with somebody and I shared the idea. I didn't take it to myself. I shared the idea. I mean, an idea that you share, but ensure you are sharing with the right person. All right, ensure you are sharing with the right person. I mean, don't be afraid to share your idea.
All right. Thank you so much, Pastor Larry Oyegbola. Thank you for also
Yeah.
being a business icon that we can also look at the story of and learn from. It
I
was a
mean,
pleasure.
I saw somebody saying that investors will take your idea and whatever. I mean, like I said, ensure you are sharing your idea with the right people. What is important is this: don't go and pitch thoughts. An idea is different from a thought. What most of you are calling idea are just thoughts in your head. Thought.
Hmm.
You have a concept note. You say it's an idea. You need to have invested your time and your own money. You go and read the stories of people who have started, and forgive me, I'm a very, very tough person. And so that's why, I mean, some of you will not like me. I see a lot of young people carry paper around and they say they have you don't have an idea. You only have a thought in your head. An idea is something you have built. Where is your minimum viable product? All right. You must have a minimum viable product, your MVP, not a concept note. A concept note is not an idea, it's a thought. That's why I moved away from your topic, which says ideation to commercialization. And I started from thought.
Thoughts,
Because
yeah.
80% of the people here have thoughts, not ideas.
Hmm.
Idea is what you have created. There must be a minimum viable product. Can I see your MVP? Somebody said I can create. Where is the MVP? You go and sell your car to start to do the MVP. That's how it begins. When you hear people's stories, you hear that this guy sold his car, that one sold this, he sold his house, he sold this, and he started in his garage. What have you sold that really is precious to you to create that MVP? You must have a minimum viable product. If you don't have an MVP, you have not created anything. You are just selling thoughts. And then you sell your thought to somebody who has money. What do you think the person will do? If it's nice, he will say, oh, yeah, come and create it. But you see, no investor will use his money to experiment with you.
Hmm. Very
You create your own experimentation. Nobody will give you his money to go and experiment and say, go and be trying it. No, no, no. You need to understand the way investors think. Investors don't put money in what I have not seen the possibility for scale. How do I see possibility for scale? Not from what I think, oh, from numbers. Investors are numbers people. Numbers. That's why I talk about historical data. Historical data. You must come, you must create your MVP, your own experience. Go out there, teach. If it's a service, try to do that thing you are talking about. All right, do it. When you do it, you will have built data. Then you come and say, look at what I've done. Oh. Look at whatever, and everything I can see from start to finish. Then you find that people say, okay, let's play with you. Take this 10 million. Let's see where it goes to. We get to this level, we put another 40 million. When we get to that level, we put another 100 million. That's how they go. And you see, it is not every commercialization that will bring money to you in cash. Some of them, what they will bring to you, for instance, what I talked about my experience, it will bring you to a network. Network means that you have opportunity. You can stand in front of people that ordinarily wouldn't listen to you before. A business reached out to me. This is somebody I've worked with in Guinness, in Coca-Cola. He knows me to be very, good at what I do. But he didn't do anything. I sent him a LinkedIn. He didn't respond. But when he heard that I'm now the managing director of Nigeria and Ghana, he was the one who TM'd me. I said, I'm the MD for West Africa. And my scope covers Nigeria, Ghana, and Togo. I have a brief for you. Do you understand? So network, that's not cash, but it is a network that will produce cash. And let me shock you guys, that business is nothing less than $1 million. It's nothing in the first, it's not less than $1 million. So it is. You need to understand the concept of money beyond cash. A lot of young people, particularly young Nigerians, see money as cash. Cash. Money that is cash is not cash. Those who really deal in money deal in paper. You don't see them moving cash, you see paper. You just see paper moving. Paper moving from one point to another to another to another, and then value is being created. All right.
Wow, thank you so much for that
Somebody
profound
said
session.
rubbish. I don't know what that means. I saw something
You said,
rubbish.
you said money stops rubbish.
Money stuff's rubbish. That's an interesting one. Yes, 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 yes.
Thank you for
Yes,
coming
yes,
with that past perspective. We needed that. Many of us just carry thoughts on our
yes.
head.
So
Thank
money is
you
not
for
cash.
thank,
Money is not cash.
thank you
Let's
for
understand it.
coming.
Money is not cash. Have you seen people? So let me tell you about the story of one of our clients. Where are these girls? One of our clients is Global. Go and read about Global, and read about a young guy, right, of who started, a delivery service in somewhere in Spain, yeah, and see how another company in Europe had bought into that business, Delivery Hero, and see what they have become. If you can find their story anywhere, you see, money is not cash. Money can just be that I will plug into a bigger space, and that bigger space will allow you to play so massively. Do you understand what I'm talking about?
Yes,
You know,
sir.
look at what has happened between WhatsApp and Facebook. The owner of WhatsApp is gone. He has collected money. Is gone. Nobody will hear about him again. He's made money. That's a man who has an idea, who has a product. Do you know that WhatsApp will have cannibalized Facebook? WhatsApp will have killed Facebook.
Yes, sir.
So for WhatsApp not to kill Facebook, and you see, how many of you know that the Facebook is not even a social media platform? Most of us are saying social is a social media platform. Go and read their financials. The major money made by Facebook is from media. So Facebook is a media platform.
Wow.
It's not about social media, it's media. The biggest money. That's why Facebook is not interested in asking you to come and pay. Look at this guy that is struggling, X. I will ask you to money to pay. They will not pay to get the blue thread, to get the blue tick. Look at he's struggling. In Facebook, Mark Zuckerberg, as a tech person, understanding the concept of media, put him ahead of everybody. All he's doing is that everybody is a content creator. Everybody has a content. Give them a platform of expression and let them be the one who is now struggling to say, I want more people to see my content. So for wanting more people to see your content, you must give me money, all right, as a media platform. So I'll give you a page, which is like your station. You don't need to go and invest in technology. I have done all the investment. You just come and own your page. I give you 5,000 members. You know, they've not even said, okay, if you want to reach 20,000 members, pay us. You are not interested in those small money. You're not. Do you know how much money, how much you need to put in on Facebook, on Instagram to get a number of views and reach and whatever? Check how much people spend and
Yes,
scale
sir.
it to see how massive that funding has been. So moving the
Wow.
thought, it was a thought to an idea, a minimum viable product. If you remember how Facebook started,
Yes,
go
sir.
back. Those who, anybody who remember how Facebook started. So you need to understand and begin to deconstruct money in your head. Deconstruct money. Money is not cash. Money is not cash. Money is not the thought in your head. Money is not the thought that you have put on paper. So it's good that you have moved from it being in your head, you now
It's
have
on
put it in a
paper.
paper. What you talk about when you put it to me on paper, put on it a concept note. Don't say you have an idea. It's a concept note. You have only written a concept. It's a concept document you have written. When it becomes an idea, if you talk about it as technology, I must see it. And don't go and create a website and say, when you get there, you do this. That's a simple website. Show me the dashboard, the back end. I want to see transactions. I want to see audience engagement. That idea, how many people are transacting, what is happening there? What is exactly how can we, because that's what people want to buy.
Yes,
That's what
sir.
people want to put money into. That's when you now begin to talk about commercialization. You have a platform that is serving, say, for example, 2,000 Unilag students. Somebody says, okay, if you can service 2,000 Unilag students, how many students are in Nigeria? Oh, we have over 200,000 universities in Nigeria. With 200,000 universities, let us take a rough estimate of 50,000 students per university. Wow! You can see how your eye will pop and say, wow, if we commercialize this now, we'll be massively successful. And then they say, okay, let's try it. Now let's move to, you see some ideas, they are 5 years old. You see, they say we are in alpha point one,
Yes, sir.
1.0. It's been 5 years old, but it's still in 1.0. Do you know how many years Flutterwave was Flutterwave before they got money into Flutterwave that made them, and they are still not at their this. They are not they are not even fully commercialized because they have not entered the rural area.
Yes, sir.
They are still not delivering up to 10 million people on their platform. And Nigeria is over 200 million. So you can imagine so young people, you must have the sense of, you must be able to delay gratification. Everybody thinks that when you see people say that they're in tech space, they like to wear t-shirt. No, 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 no. Yeah, they like to wear t-shirts. Everybody's wearing t-shirts. What is behind the wearing of t-shirt? It's the leg that, because the guy doesn't have any money, so he buys the same color of t-shirt so that you can't say that he's poor, he's rich. He neutralizes it. Do you understand? So people now are taking it as a style. It's not a style. They use the last, right. So I think at that point, at this point, I should have made some clarity. I'm sure we'll have better time to engage even at the on-site session soon.
Thank you so much, Mr. Larry. That was very, very insightful, short, profound, and straight to the point. Many of us needed that resetting of what we're doing. Thank you so much, sir. We honestly appreciate the sacrifice. We honestly appreciate it. Thank you,
Thank you,
Mr. Larry.
thank you to David for doing a great job. Thank you everyone for being here.
We
All
look
right.
forward to meeting you on Saturday. I personally look forward to meeting you on Saturday. Thank you so much, sir.
Saturday is loaded for me. I have two functions. So I'm going to have to pop in, nick of time, make the best of it, jump on the car, and then
And
have two
I mean,
two
we
mass
trust you to
two
do that.
two places I must be. And
We
one is
trust you
not
to
so
do
far from Unilag. One is in Surulere. So Surulere, Unilag,
that.
Unilag, Surulere, whichever one comes first, and then head on to Abeokuta.
No
You know.
problem, sir. Thank you so much, sir. We trust you to do that. I mean, what you've
Yeah.
done today, we trust that the short time that you have, you would maximize it. Thank you once again. It was good having you. Yeah.
Thank you
Having
too for having me. Thank you for the invitation. And well
you.
done, David. Good job. Good job.
It's a David
We
Ashton.
are
Well
proud
done,
of
sir.
you.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much. All
All
right.
right.
Enjoy your trip and have a safe
Grateful,
one.
sir. I'm grateful, sir. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much, sir. I'm grateful, sir.
Thank you too. You need to teach me this technology, how these things work. I need it for quite a lot of stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sure we do that. I'm sure we do
I'll be
that.
more than happy. I'll be more than happy to be of service to you, sir.
All right. I'll pop you up. Yeah. All
Yes,
right.
sir. Thank you.
Cheers, guys. Have a good one.
Thank you, Mr. Larry.
All right. All right. Bye bye.
Guys, that was come on. If you've been blessed by this insightful session, come on, let me see some fire emojis in the chat section, guys. Let me see some fire emojis, some fire emojis, some fire emojis. That was insightful. That was insightful. Very, very expository. Guys, let me see some fire emojis, some fire emojis, some fire emojis. I mean, to do that, Mr. Larry mentioned that he just got down from the plane. He had not even put himself together, get his notes together. To do that from experience, that's a lot of knowledge. That's a bank of wealth. That's a bank of experience. I mean, he mentioned so many things that for any of us here that are founders, for good guys that want to do business and you're looking to scale your business, take it globally, take it all nationwide, you need to go back and replay this session. And I'm saying this again for free. Guys, Lagos Money Week is that event that will change your life, that will change your businesses. Do not miss any session. Do not look down on any session. Ensure that you're recommending to your friends. Ensure that you're recommending to people around you, business owners, colleagues, classmates. I mean, these things are things that you don't learn in school. No amount of business model that you learn will give you such practical applications. I mean, he was talking about how you need to make some things into the plan. That you have to actualize some things before you go for some things. I mean, the general consensus is put the idea together, go straight to funding. Mr. Lanre was speaking about several things that you need to put in place even before you get funding, and so that you do not round up like many fintechs nowadays are collapsing, and this is one of the issues that Mr. Lanre just gave us for free. Thank you again to Mr. Larry. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. What a blessing, what a blessing. Thank you to Lagos Money Week as well for bringing us together with such high network individuals. I mean, come on, guys, can we say thank you to Lagos Money Week? Just say thank you, Lagos Money Week in the chat box. Thank you, Lagos Money Week. Thank you, Lagos Money Week. Just use the chat box. Just say thank you, Lagos Money Week. My God, that was beautiful. That was beautiful. That was beautiful. And yes, Saturday is a must not miss. And you cannot afford to come late, like you heard from Mr. Lanre. He's just going to hop in and then hop out. So you cannot even afford to miss. Yes. So the National just said that he's the very first speaker of the event. See? So you cannot come late. There's no African time if you want to make money. You have to be able to create value. A part of creating value is that you're a punctual person because punctuality itself is value. is valuable. All right. So ensure that in all you do, you are there at the event very early to learn of this. 9 a.m. Tell others. Saturday, Unilac Sport Complex will be there. Be there. Mr. Lanre is going to be the first speaker. It's such value that will be shared that day and for every other speaker of the day. So yes, thank you again. Yes, I can see thank you LMW, thank you LMW, thank you Lagos Money Week, thank you for doing this for us. Yeah, so we've come to the end of today's session. We've come to the end of today's session. If you have questions for Mr. Lanre, I'm saying it again, please endeavor to come early so that your questions can be attended to as well. Endeavor to come early so that your questions can be attended to as well. So yes, we've come to the end of today's session. It has been such a very, very insightful and joyful ride. Starting from Mr. John Igbinosa that gave us practical and real secrets of the real estate industry. So Miss Ifeoma Okolo, I mean, she was speaking about um, early child education and its importance. I mean, it was very, very beautiful. And yes, Mr. Larry, what wisdom, what depth, and what knowledge. I mean, that's experience. He was saying that if you have something and you want to conceptualize your idea to a thought, you have to go after men and study the lives of men that are heralding or trailblazing in certain fields. And it's such with such delight that I announced that Mr. Larry is one of those men. Is one of those men. Thank you again to Mr. Lanre. So we'll invite Mr. David Achong once again so that we can round up together and mention some of the events that and some of the guests that we're expecting on Saturday, and I'll give us a few information about what we'll be expecting tomorrow so that we can round this up. So David Achong, are you there?
Hey,
Yes,
family. Oh my God, that was bomb.
it
That
was,
was
it was,
that
it
was
was.
bomb. Like guys, if you felt the heat, see, I will not even lie to you guys. When he was speaking, when he started, I was first like, okay, thank God I've done this, I've done this. Because he was mentioning like the checklist. So I'm like, I've
Yeah,
done this,
yeah.
I've done this. Okay, this is done. Until he got to historical data, I'm like, okay, sir.
Speak to me.
Speak to me directly. Speak to me
Speak
directly.
to me.
Speak to me directly, Papa. Speak to me, sir. So now it is. See, you can't rush the process, and you can't build historical data in a night. You heard it,
Mm,
historical, meaning you have to keep doing it over and over again and documenting the process. And I observe now,
mm,
this is me being vulnerable with you. In my own business, I've not as much documented as I ought to. And so what I did earlier this year was every single financial transaction I make on behalf of the company, even if it's as little as 10 naira for sachet water for anybody that came to visit someone on behalf of the company. As long as it is on behalf of the company, it is recorded. Every
mm,
single activity we do, attendance of people, every single thing is recorded. On Monday, we had these people join us totally. Yesterday, we took notes. We had about 464 people joined us totally yesterday. Today, at the end of this session, I'm sure my team, they're here right now. They will take note again because I've told them they're taking note of every single thing right now. It's not for us to
mm,
go and show it to the world. It's for us to have it, reflect on it, and make progress going forward. So tomorrow, when
mm,
they ask us if Lagos Money Week 2023 could bring 400 people to day one, 400 people to day two, 500 people to day three, and on the final day, they brought, let's say, 5,000 people, that means if we give them this amount of money as sponsors, then we are sure they will give us this crowd. Historical data. It helps us reflect on ourselves, on our marketing. Okay, this marketing we did was able to get us maybe 60,000 reach with this amount of money. Meaning, if we up it, we can get this amount of reach. Are you understanding? It's not for nobody, it's for you, for your team. Self reflection. Wow, this session was bomb.
it was,
This
it was,
session,
it was,
this
it
session
was.
was. I'm short of words, guys. I'm short of words, and I'm grateful for his person because you could see that I was also talking to people in the background. I was hearing some foreigners' voices and stuff. That showed
Yeah.
us that he's at the airport waiting for his next flight. Imagine you're at the airport waiting for your next flight. You can't bring out your laptop because probably it's somewhere in your bag or one of your bags, but you're with your phone. doing what you're doing from your phone. That's the power of the internet and the power of commitment. He has committed to serving people. And then the internet has chosen to support his cause. And that's why he's able to do
And that's the power of the David Achom's network as well. The network.
that. Actually, because if I'm a bad person to him or I don't have a good reputation in his sight, he will not go that far.
Yes,
You understand?
yes.
I'm not saying I have that much good reputation, but I've not messed it up. I won't mess it
Mm,
up. Do you understand
yes,
what I'm
you
saying?
will.
Many of like I see many people. I'm not big yet, so but even me, there's some people I can't take serious again because of how they approach me. You don't go to people asking for money, no matter how in need you are, until you have offered value. I'm a strong person. I'm transactional in everything. All right, except in love, sir. I'm not transactional in love as long as it's a woman. Anyways, in any other thing, I'm very transactional. I ask myself, okay, for me to give this amount of time to this person, what commensurate to what am I going to get, or what commensurate to efforts that the person put in earlier that I'm owing that person that. Do you understand what I'm saying? If I'm not owing this person this, I can only do my best, like I will do for every other person. I won't go the extra mile. I have a lot of people that do this, but it's not everybody's picture I post. If I post your picture, it means you are that close, that close. Because I want to know that I'm going the extra mile to put you out there. Um, I'm banking my track record on you right now
Mm,
because people see you and know that I'm associated with you. If you're a bad person, guess what? It associates me with you.
mm,
I don't know if you understand what I'm saying. The power of network. So
mm.
take your time, build a good relationship, be of value. I'm going to teach you guys in not now. After Lagos Money Week, I'm going to do a special session live. I'll teach you guys how I've been able to manage the high profile networks I have. I might not have so much, but I have the likes of the High Almighty, Yeah, that's why we're able to get Dangote as a sponsor for this. Those people don't just put. Do you know there was an argument that they were not going to be part of the sponsors because of the word crypto that we were associated with. How were we able to bypass that? Because of relationship. Relationship. Do you understand what I'm saying? Relationship, guys. Relationship. And
Very,
this year, I
very.
told myself, I want to use my money to experiment. I want to use my money. Did you see any sponsor on this project? No. I want to use my money to experiment and see how far we can go. Now that's the ideation phase he's talking about. So in my own head, Lagos Money Week is still in ideation. It's not in
Mm,
commercialization. It's not even in the next phase. It's still in ideation because we are still trying things out with our money. We are still running things by ourselves and just a few team members. Right now, if I'm not in Lagos Money Week, it will go up until 70%. It will go beyond 70%. That means I've not gone my own path.
mm.
This is me self-reflecting on myself. Man, we've got to put in more work.
Yeah, thank you so much, David. That was, yes, that's just true. Thank you so much for that. Thank you so much for your sacrifice over Lagos Money Week as well, for bringing such value. I mean, I know that a lot of people will queue and wait to build years of relationship to hear those words from Mr. Larry. And on your relationship, we're able to get such profound information. Thank you for that. So tomorrow we'll have the likes of Oluwafemi Oyewumi, Skira Lamidi, and Fabian Judge. Can you just tell us a bit of what to expect tomorrow?
Okay. Personally, my life coach, when I say life coach, I'm talking about the person directing me in the course of life. At any point when I'm confused, I reach out to him, he gives me responses. That's Oluwafemi Oyewumi. All right. Beyond a pastor, beyond a businessman, he's passionate about youth involvement in governance and politics. He's also very passionate about financial freedom, taking people out of urgent 2K and bringing them into a life of abundance. And he does that through the new financial institution he founded. We have partners on this by God's grace. We are a few, we are privileged to be part of the organization. That's good wealth. Um, then
Yeah.
Another individual, great individual. Oh, and he's going to be sharing with us practical steps to to investment, practical steps to investment, how to explore different levels of investments. So we have different levels of investments. He's going to share everything, whether it is 1K, 2K, 1 million, 2 million. It doesn't really matter how much. He's going to share with us. And see, you don't want to miss it. I tell you for a fact, you don't make that mistake. Don't if you miss that session, you have missed something very big in your life. And I'm not lying to you. Of course, you can come and rewatch it, but you can't ask question again. Can you ask question on
Yeah.
the pre session? No. You understand? So you can't. You have to be there live. Ask questions and get responses. Next person we're gonna have is Sikira Lamidi. Sikira Lamidi, she is currently in Nigeria as we speak. She landed last night. That's Kira Forex, popular Kira Forex. She is the biggest female trader in the whole of Ghana. And in Africa as a whole, she's argued to be the biggest. Right? She's argued to be the biggest. I use the word argued because there's a lot of there are a lot of other people that are doing so well, also female traders, but she's argued because of her remarkable results to be the biggest female trader in Africa as a whole. And she's going to be with us. She's going to be with us. The next person is Fabian George. So if everybody asks the question, how can I make $10 billion before December, please? So Fabian George is going to give that response, right? Because he's going to share with you how to hack this real estate industry. You heard from Igbinosa, his partner, today. You're going to hear from Fabian George tomorrow. All right? You're going to hear from Fabian George tomorrow. Now, someone is saying achievable goals. Oh, what if he has done 5 billion and his next target is 10 billion? That is achievable now. Don't see, everybody is not small. Anyways, you don't want to miss it. You really don't want to miss that session. I tell you for a fact, you really don't want to miss that session. You don't make mistake to miss any session this week. I have a friend that left Delta State, came to Lagos. I guess the funny part, lodged herself, staying the whole week for Lagos Money Week, streaming online. Said if she stays in Delta, she'll be distracted. Do you know how powerful that is? Said if she stays in Delta, she will be distracted. If she stays in Delta, she will be distracted. So you don't want to miss it. I tell you for a fact, you really don't want to miss any of these sessions. All right. Then Saturday we have really massive individuals coming in. Thursday, Friday, invite only. And now this is it. If you want to get an invite, you have between now and 7 p.m. Send Lagos Money Week a message on Instagram. Team members, please listen to this. Those that come to your DM on Instagram, grant them VIP access on Thursday and Friday. Only those that are on today's call and that go to Lagos Money Week Instagram page, send them a DM. Please, I need VIP access. They're going to give you the address. Come there and you get access, VIP access for Thursday and Friday only. I'm not assuring Saturday VIP. I'm assuring Thursday and Friday access. The way Sakpa take hold my neck, I have 200 naira like this. I need it to turn it 10 billion before December. Very simple, my bro. What you just need to do is to give your life to either Jesus or Caesars. When I say Caesars, I mean let ritualists cut you and then make money. I'm joking, anyways. So he says, Baba FZiba, come show me where I won't buy airport. Makes sense. Good to have our host back. I think the network threw him out for a second.
Yeah.
I shared with them already who to expect tomorrow, and I gave a few of them VIP access Thursday and Friday. Then Saturday, be there at 9. It doesn't matter who with the guest you meet, just be there at 9. It doesn't matter the guest you meet. See, I told you I picked this session and picked all of these guests. Took my time, leveraged on relationships just to get these people to come in and share knowledge with us on the platter. So you don't want to what? You don't want to miss it. You don't want to miss it.
Thank you, David. I think it's about time that we call it a day. It has been such a beautiful day. Johnny Igbinosa, E-Former Colo, and Mr. Lanre Oyegbola. And tomorrow, Oluwafemi Oyewumi, Sikira Lamidi, and Fabian George. So, guys, thank you for tuning in to day 2 of the Lagos Money Week. Remember that it continues tomorrow as well. The day 3, do not be late, 12 p.m. on dot. Ensure that you have your phone, your jotters, your friends, everybody ready to learn and enjoy of these values, such values that have been going forth, have been going forth, have been going forth. That 10 billion, that 10 million, that airport buying, all of those things. Lagos Money Week will teach you and put you on the right step to actualizing that change and being the agent of global transformation. So thank you, everyone. See you tomorrow. See you tomorrow. Yes, Thursdays by 11 a.m. by the way, but see you tomorrow virtually as we enjoy of this together. See you next time, guys.